Sound test for Planning Committee on the 29th of October 2025.
Can they put their hand up, please? Great, okay. Right, if you make us live then, please. I'm not sure if we're live or not yet. Hold on. Are we there? We're there. Okay, we're streaming, we're online. Right, good morning everyone. My name is Councillor Smart and I am the chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee meeting taking place just after 10 on Wednesday the 29th of October. So if the councillors can introduce themselves by name, please go around there.
Councillor Robert Dryden, Cherry Hinton Ward.
Katie Thornborough, Petersfield Ward.
Councillor Bob Illingworth, East Chesterton Ward.
Councillor Mike Todd Jones, Arby Ward.
Councillor Matthew Howard, Abbey Ward.
Yeah, thank you, councillors. Right, so apologies. We've had apologies from Councillor Griffin, and Councillor Flaubert isn't here yet, but she may arrive, and if she arrives before the start of the first item, she can be a decision maker on that item. Right, so so the officers permanently at the table for this meeting are Delivery Manager Toby Williams, Legal Advisor Vanessa Blaine, Committee Manager James Goddard and Producer Sarah Michael. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting and I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. Housekeeping. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 45-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk can be broadcast at some point as cameras within the room follow the microphone being switched on. If you are following the Teams meeting here in the room on your laptop, your audio, microphone and camera must be switched off, please. If the fire alarm sounds, please follow officers who will leave the room and exit the building via the Pease Hill entrance and staircase and exit. Do not use the lift. That is right. Is it officers Pease Hill?
I think we go down the main entrance today, Chair.
Okay,
Just
so
outside the
scrap
chamber.
that. It's the main entrance today because we've got some filming going on in the building. That's the reason. So main entrance behind me. Please can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Switch off your microphone and camera unless you're invited to speak. Please note if a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation and respond to questions. The process for each planning application will be the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report, questions of clarification from members to officers, then registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for those speaking against, unless I'm advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the council debate. The committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask the planning delivery manager to summarise the officer recommendation, which will pick up any amendments made during the debate. I will then ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by a show of hands. The council has a convention for the major planning applications known as the adjourned decision protocol, where there is a majority resolution that is minded to make a decision contrary to the officer recommendation. The decision to determine the application will then be adjourned and the officers will prepare a further report which will come back to a future meeting of this committee. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second the recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a short break at any point, please indicate to me and I will halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. Right, moving on to agenda items. Done apologies, haven't we? Apologies, yep. Any declarations of interest, councillors? Councillor Todd Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say that regarding item 8 on the agenda, Crossways House, I'll be recusing myself as I'm the Cabinet member. The portfolio includes tackling homelessness, so I will just sit at the side of the chamber for that item.
Thank you for that, councillor. Any more? No? Okay. You can also do that later on if you think of anything that comes to you. So, item 4. The minutes are to follow, so we haven't got those at the moment. So, just before we get started, just to say it's quite a long agenda today. Let's move in a timely fashion through the agenda. We shouldn't really be going. Well, 6 o'clock is meant to be when we take a vote to carry on, but I don't really want to do that. I don't really want to get there. I want to finish ideally by about 5-ish tops, I'd say. I'm hoping to go to the film festival tonight. Let's all try and get the job done. Councillor Thornborough.
Oh, apologies, I'm going to have to leave it at 3 o'clock.
Thanks for letting me know, councillor. And just to be clear, we are quorate with 3 members, so we're fully able to make decisions for the whole day, I believe, as far as I can tell at the moment anyway. Right, so a few members of the public at the back there. Are you all comfortable? You don't need anything? You're fine? Especially those wheelchair users I can see coming in. If you need any help, please do ask. Put your hand up and officers can help you if you need any further help. I'll just let the member of the public that's come in now just settle down, get comfortable before we start. Okay, I think we're all good to go. But like I say, just say if you need any help with anything. Right, so the first item of the day is the Paddocks, 347 Cherry Hinton Road. So the officer will no doubt tell us everything we need to know about this in the presentation.
She's online.
Who is online. Sorry, Dominic. I forgot you're not it. It's Karen. Is it Karen or is it somebody else? It's Karen. Okay. And, but just to say, this has come, I mean, Karen will tell you all this, but in brief, this has come back because Anglia Water are putting a holding objection onto all biggish applications, I mean most applications actually, because of the, I believe it's true to say, lack of capacity for foul water at their waterworks in North Cambridge now, which is all very confusing and convoluted. But we've seen this item twice. We've had a recommendation, we've made a decision, but before the decision was given to the applicant, Anglian Water put their holding objection on. So it's come back. Essentially, that's really all we should be debating today, the Anglian Water issue. But because the item isn't decided, it's been decided by us, but the decision hasn't been given to the applicant, we can debate anything else we want to on the item, but I'd encourage you to focus on the water element because we have debated fully the item before. But anything I say, if I said anything wrong there, Karen, you correct me, but I'll pass it over to you now. Thanks.
Lovely, thank you, Chair. Morning, everybody. Bear with me, I'll share my presentation. So can you see in presentation mode?
I do, yes, thank you very much.
Okay, bear with me a second. So I'll just start there. So this application is a hybrid application for redevelopment of an existing site at the Paddocks Industrial Estate 347 Cherry Hinton Road in Cambridge. So it's a full application for phase 1, which is the erection of a single building, associated site infrastructure, etc., following demolition of existing buildings and structures. and an outline application for phases 2A, 2B, 3, 4 and 5, with all matters reserved, including demolition of existing buildings and structures. So just to advise where the site is. So the site is in the Coleridge ward in the city of Cambridge, just off Cherry Hinton Road, near to the roundabout with Pern Road. So it just gives you an idea what's on site at the moment and the layout of the existing buildings. So the main access is here from Cherry Hinton Road, and you have a central access point through the site with the buildings either side. So this is the full application boundary for phase 1 for a single building to go into this area here, and the outline application boundary for phases 2 to 5. I have got further information, but I've kind of focused on the Anglian Water objection from now on, but if you do need further information, do give me a shout. So, just existing 3D aerial views of the site. So Cherry Hinton Road is along here. This is the co-op on the corner of Pern Road, and you can see the existing buildings on the side. So as Councillor Smart advised, the application was granted full planning permission by the committee on the 23rd of July, which was subject to conditions in the section 106. The section 106 has now been signed and completed, but fairly recently. But following committee in July and before the section 106 had been completed, Anglian Water revised its original comments from no objection subject to a condition to a holding objection. The grounds of objection relate to the lack of capacity in the existing Cambridge Water Recycling Centre to accommodate the foul water discharge from the development, which could potentially result in pollution to watercourses. As Councillor Smart said, Anglian Water are objecting to all applications for new developments now served by the Cambridge Water Recycling Centre. It's not provided any evidence of harm in terms of the pollution to the watercourse, and it's not considering foul flows from existing development on the site. This is not an approach that's considered reasonable by officers to hold up development across the whole city for until June, which is when they finish their assessment. So as a result of the Anglian Water objection, the applicants have submitted further technical information in relation to potable water consumption from the site and foul water discharges from both the existing and proposed developments. So that's summarised in the table below. So basically the existing site has no water recycling features at all, whereas the proposed development would basically have SUDs, rainwater harvesting, grey water harvesting and water efficiency features. As a result of this, there's a betterment in potable water demand of a significant betterment, 59% in phase 1, 60% across the entire site. And in terms of foul water discharge, there's a betterment of 10.6% in phase 1 and 10.9% in across the whole site. So that's based on various assumptions which are set out in the update report to committee. So yeah, so officers' views are, given that the new development would result in less foul water discharge to the water recycling centre than the existing development, which is, as stated previously, the SUDs, which is achieved under conditions 19, 28, 29, 32, 33 and 34 of the full and outline applications and 59 of the outline application, the development is not considered to result in significant harm through pollution to watercourses. That just sets out the overall planning balance in relation to the whole application. So just to remind members that the application is for redevelopment of an existing brownfield site in a sustainable location where there has been a need identified for mid-tech employment, proposed flexible and adaptable buildings, and provision of approximately 926 jobs, biodiversity net gain, and BREEAM excellent. In terms of the sort of contrary to policy, is the loss of the residential allocation for 123 dwellings, and obviously potential pollution to watercourses, but officers consider that both of these matters are acceptable. So just go on to the recommendation. So the recommendation is approval subject to the conditions set out in the 23rd of July report, the deletion of condition 38, which was the previous condition requested by Anglian Water, and a new condition as outlined below. So just to explain, the original condition asked for just Anglian Water approval prior to connecting into the system. Now further technical information has been submitted which demonstrates that there is actually less water going into the FAL system. That is no longer required, so we're just asking for general details on FAL drainage, infrastructure on the site, etc. Thank you. Any further information I have there if you need it.
Yeah, thanks, Karen. There may well be. So if you remember, members, we do questions of clarification first, then we have speakers, and then we'll go to... So do I have any questions of clarification? Yes, Councillor Thornborough.
Well, there's a lot. What I would like clarified is about the effect of rainwater on the impact of with the potential pollution risk at the Milton Waterworks, because my understanding is generally it's not necessarily the amount of sewage which is causing the problem, but it's the combined sewers and the rainwater and heavy rain events that we're getting that is the real issue. So I don't know if that's been considered, how we're dealing with the heavy, rainwater and with climate change, the heavier incidents that we're having, and how to mitigate that effect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm not quite clear, just before I go back to Karen. Do you mean the rainwater falling on this site, do you?
Yes, so currently, yes, the rainwater falling on the site is probably now drained away into the wastewater system. I don't know if it's combined sewers or separate mains water sewer, but if it is generally in Cambridge, there's a lot of combined sewers. So the rainwater, when there's a heavy fall of rain, that causes the issue of capacity and chance of pollution so it's how we deal with the rainwater, I think, on the site that is really important to ensuring that it is a real betterment. Thank you.
Yep, I got it. Thank you very much. Right, so Karen, can you respond to that first then, please? We'll take them one by one, I think.
Thanks. So rainwater will be, so surface water discharge will be addressed through blue, green roofs and blue roofs on the building, and the rainwater, that is rainwater harvesting. So the lead local flood authority has agreed to that way forward. So it would be going through existing C2 existing surface water sewers, I believe, from there, but it will be mitigated by the blue-green roofs before it gets to the surface water sewer. So therefore, there is a decrease in the amount of rainwater, obviously, from the development than there is from the existing development.
I see you're nodding, Councillor Thornborough. Is that your content with that answer?
Yes, I'm very pleased to hear reminded about the recycling, but I'm just trying to find the condition regarding the SUDS design. I'm going to try and have a quick look at that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Of course.
Did you want to say something, Karen?
No, thank you.
So just before we go on, we've got a few more questions for clarification. I don't know if you mentioned the amendment sheet, Karen.
Yes.
So just pay attention to that, please, members. So, Councillor Dryden, you're next.
Clarification, this was approved last time, but it's come back as Anglian Water. Now, when we go to the vote, is it just on the Anglian Water, or, because I voted against this last time for reasons I gave, am I able to give the reasons for it again, or just the one part of the Anglian Water objection?
That's a good question, Councillor, and I had a question that was similar to that, but I'll put that straight to Karen right now. Karen?
So I believe the vote is on the whole application, but you members need to obviously consider that the application was approved previously. So really should only be considering the sort of change in circumstances to the application and whether that would change the planning balance for the overall vote.
Thank you, Karen. Officers aren't saying anything, so that is the answer. Yeah, okay. Right, I had a couple of questions of clarification. So firstly, following on sort of from Councillor Dryden's question there, so we've made a decision, a previous committee, on the basis of the information and all of that we had at the time, and now we're back here looking at the item again. So I understand all of that and what's going on, but is it fair to the applicant that they've had a decision and now they're left in limbo without a decision, and we're coming to a decision today, which could be a different decision potentially, like we could refuse planning permission? So, and as an adjunct to that question, if the applicant was to appeal a decision of refusal, would it be, is it a planning matter, the water issue, of sufficient weight that we could overturn a decision to approve and thence today refuse? I hope that isn't too difficult a question, but I'm just not clear. It's a very complicated decision today. Karen.
Yes, thank you. So obviously the application has previously been approved by members. So it's whether it's considered reasonable to now refuse an application. Obviously officers' views are that it is acceptable. So I think it would be very difficult. You have to weigh the overall balance. Obviously the benefits of the development, and officers consider that there's, it's not, Anglian Water's comments are not reasonable, given that there is a betterment of foul drainage on the site, which hasn't been taken into consideration. So yeah, you could potentially go into, if the application was refused, you could potentially go into appeals and costs and all sorts of things, certainly if it's refused on reasons it wasn't refused on before.
Right, I think.
Does that make sense?
One or two more questions, but Councillor Dryden wants to come back. So.
Shall I just come back? My question was that we're going to vote on this whole application. I voted against it last time for a couple of reasons. If we go to the vote, I can still give them reasons why I voted against it last time.
Yeah, that's the case as far as I understand, but I'll let Toby answer that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what Karen's trying to say is that the issue here is one of reasonableness and consistency in kind of decision making, and the focus of the report is on the change in circumstances around Anglian Water's objection. But Councillor, it would be consistent of you to vote the same way as you did previously.
Yeah, thank you very much, Toby. That makes complete sense to me as well. So I'll just finish off my other couple of small questions, Councillor Todd Jones, before I come to you. So the first one is with regard to the 123 dwellings that were on the planning balance there. So is that a planning matter of increased significance today, following the decision to not fund the sewage works and the lack of provision in the local plan, I believe, for up to 8,500 houses on the sewage works site, which is now not going to happen? Local plan is going to have to allocate that housing in other places. So does that mean that the need for housing is greater today than it was in July of significance?
I don't believe the 123 houses were counted in the provision, the housing provision previously. So therefore, because they've been taken, that site has been taken out of the emerging local plan.
Right, thanks, Karen. And finally, just a tiny little question, but
Sure.
it seems that betterment is a bit of a technical term. Can you just tell us and residents what betterment means, please? And then I'll go to Councillor Todd-Jones.
Betterment is better than the existing development, so it's an less reduced amount of foul water discharge into the system than the existing level of foul water discharge into the system.
Thank you, Karen. Councillor Todd-Jones?
Yes, I think actually my query was answered in the response to Councillor Dryden, but it is about, in terms of this application, we are voting, I think. The concerns that were raised before by members and guided how they voted the last time this application came to this committee, presumably still hold in terms of the application as a whole. So I raised major concerns about the loss of housing, and colleagues also mentioned concerns about the management plan. And I imagine in terms of guidance on voting, how we voted last time still applies, notwithstanding that we're mainly considering the water treatment issues.
Thank you.
Yes.
Karen? Was that? Say it a bit more clearly, Karen.
Yes. Sorry, I just was responding to Councillor Todd-Jones's question.
Okay, no more questions for clarification? Oh, yes. Okay, Councillor Illingworth.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just refer to page 9 of the agenda, section 121, part way down that paragraph, it says, the position taken by Anglian Water could not be substantiated on appeal. The rest of the paragraph gives an explanation of why that statement is made, but is that a guarantee that if it goes to appeal, it will be lost, or is it just the extreme likelihood the appeal would be lost?
I'm not going to try and answer that, Karen.
It's the extreme likelihood.
That's enough, Karen. That's right. That's my understanding as well. So you can never really be sure what's going to happen in the appeal, really, till you get there. Okay. I've noticed that Councillor Anna Smith has come online as well. So we're going on to speakers now, and Councillor Smith wanted to speak, but first up was Howard, the applicant. So do we have Howard here? Is he online? Ah, Howard, hello. If you guys come to the speaker thing there, that's it. Yep. Press the button on the right-hand side. It'll light up. So we've had the questions for clarification. I think we've got a butterfly or something flying around. And I hope that's okay with everyone. No one's allergic to anything, or no? At least it's not a bee, I suppose. So you've got 3 minutes, Howard, and then we'll go to the other speaker, and Councillor Smith.
Good morning, Chair, councillors. We've worked for nearly 2.5 years on this application, and we've been through lots of detailed studies alongside your planning officers, and worked very collaboratively with them in arriving at the solutions. Following a resolution to approve the application in July, I'm here today to seek your support for your officer's clear update on the water use and foul outfall planning condition, a position that will allow us to progress the development and provide genuine betterment not only to Anglian Water, but also provide much needed mid-tech space for Cambridge. Facts are very clear. The development includes substantial sustainability measures and will reduce water demand by 60% and reduce the foul discharge by 10.9%. These are not marginal improvements, they are substantial betterments. Despite our detailed engagement with Anglian Water prior to your previous resolution to grant, they have now sought to block the approval, suggesting all development should wait until their own June 2026 feasibility review. This is contrary to the evidence that they accepted for this site and goes against any rational position. This would effectively block any development that will deliver long-term employment and economic growth in Cambridge. Anglia Water's objection defies logic, law and policy. Under the Water Industry Act 1991, Anglian Water has a statutory duty to provide connections. The Supreme Court and National Planning Policy Framework, paragraph 201, are explicit in this. Planning authorities should assume utility providers will meet their statutory obligations. Indeed, the High Court confirmed this in the Sizewell C case, that a utility's capacity challenges are not reasons to delay planning decisions. Anglia Water's position is particularly unreasonable because they refuse to acknowledge that this is an existing estate and replacement of that rather than new development. I'm grateful that your officers recognise this point and have concluded that Anglian Water's objection is, I quote, entirely unreasonable, unquote, and would be, quote, insubstantial on appeal, unquote, likely resulting in costs against the council. The Anglian Water position fails every planning test. It is neither reasonable, necessary, precise, nor enforceable. Since the July committee, we've agreed all outstanding matters with you. The Section 106 is agreed and signed and secures financial contribution of 434,000 to fund local transport improvements. You have the legal framework, you have your officer's report, the amended condition 38, which has been agreed between your officers and our applicant or my client, reflects facts on the ground and is set out in the committee amendment sheet. I urge you to vote positively to approve the amended condition and grant consent without further delay. To do otherwise would be to allow an infrastructure provider arbitrarily obstruct sustainable development that actually improves outcomes for your city and for the knowledge cluster of Cambridge.
Thank you very much,
Have
Harold.
I got any more time?
Nope, that's it.
No, fine.
Sorry. Okay, so next up is Councillor Anna Smith, if you're able to. I know you were doing something else this morning, but if you're able to speak, it's your turn now. I see you're online. Right?
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, great. Coming through, fine, thanks.
Fantastic. I'm just about to go into a medical appointment, which is why my camera is off. And thank you for giving this opportunity. Before I do speak, I should point out that I live not too far from this development. We are not near neighbours, but I just want the committee to be aware of that. So I would first of all urge the committee to give serious consideration to the objections raised by Anglia Water's submission in this case. The submission is clear in requesting there is at least a pause until a proper plan has been worked out. And given the close proximity of this site to an important chalk stream, and given this is not a residential site with that urgency that entails with that, I believe particular consideration should be given as to whether it is right to ignore the advice of Anglia Water for this site. I'm concerned to see a condition being set out which asks that a full details of a scheme for the provision of foul drainage for the site shall be submitted and approved in writing by the local planning authority prior to the commencement of the scheme, but not prior to works for demolition. In the context of Anglia Water's comments, it seems to me that this should be provided before permission is given to demolish. As the decision is not yet published and the committee does have the opportunity to return to it today, I would urge that you as a committee to also rethink the decision that you made before. This is a development that was earmarked for much needed housing in the local plan and is in a residential area. There's a vast difference between an industrial estate with reasonably low footfall spread out throughout the day and the development proposed. Anyone who is on that part of Cherry Hinton Road at peak times knows that this road is also already highly congested, and this will only make it worse. Should the committee decide not to review its original decision, I would finally like to urge the committee on two additional points. Firstly, please consider carefully what additional conditions you may add about the height of the buildings, especially along the backs of residential gardens. Neighbours are extremely concerned, and rightly so, about the impact the development will have on them. And finally, I note the report before you today also refers to the need for satisfactory completion of the S106 agreement. I want to take this opportunity, therefore, to urge the importance of finally completing the Cherry Hinton Road cycleway as part of this agreement. That cycleway is long overdue and is made all the more urgent by this development were it to go ahead. Thank you, committee, for listening to me today.
Yep, thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Okay, we're into debate now then, councillors. So, anyone want to go first? Councillor Thornborough?
Yeah, so I think I'd quite like to know and, you know, just following up on Councillor Smith's, some of the things that she's raised, I would like to understand, I believe the S106 has been agreed, you know, between the parties and is in place. So I just wondered, I don't know if I can ask a question about that. I know there was an issue about the junction and...
Hang on, Councillor, just a minute. So Vanessa wants to speak.
I just need to inform the committee the section 106 has been executed by the applicant. It has not complete yet because it hasn't arrived with us yet.
Okay, so...
It will be completed and there is no more further amendment required to it, but it is not yet completed.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vanessa. Carry on, Councillor.
So one question was, how does the access integrate with the proposed improvements to the cycleway? That's one question. And there was Councillor Smith also asked about the heights at the back, but I know that was comprehensively discussed at the previous meeting, and there was a deferral from the first committee meeting to specifically look at that, and we had the opportunity to go to the site. But I have found the previous officers' report where they discussed, there was a lot of discussion about the rainwater harvesting and the recycling, and that does seem like it's very impressive. And I think as we move forward, I think we all need to be very conscious of reducing the use of potable water and reducing sewage. But this does seem to be an existing site that this is happening on. So one point I wanted to ask was, if the phase one goes ahead, well, phase one is intended to go ahead first, and there are existing buildings to remain in use, will the condition regarding the reduced sewerage cover the interim period when we've got one new building, we've got existing buildings, and we need to ensure during this interim phase between phase one and the final build out through the whole site that the betterment is for the whole process, not just for phase one or when it's finished, but during this interim period where some of the existing buildings remain in use. Is that clear? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. It's got a lot there, so I think I'll go back to Karen, but I think Toby wants to speak first.
I just want to kind of direct members to the issue at hand, which is the Anglian Water objection, rather than get into debate around kind of access and heights. Heights was thoroughly considered at the last committee. They've not changed. The access was considered. It is a two-lane access off Cherry Hinton Road. So I think if we can confine the debate in terms of reasonableness and fairness to the matter at hand, officers would be grateful for that. The condition that's being recommended by Karen to replace the one that's on there, that's on the amendment sheet, has a phased element to it, Councillor, and you can see that that's on page 3 of the amendment sheet. I'm not sure if Karen wants to say anything more to those questions.
Yeah, thanks, Toby. Karen, do you want to add to that?
No, that's fine, thank you.
Councillor Thornborough, did you want to come back at all?
There was just one other thing that Councillor Smith asked was regarding amending the policy, the proposed condition about prior to demolition. But this is not a conservation area, so I believe they would be able to demolish without, as part of permitted development. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I think that's the case. But Karen, can you confirm, please?
Sure. So commencement of development includes demolition.
Righty-ho. Thanks very much. Right. Any more?
Unless otherwise specified in the condition.
Councillor Todd Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Can I refer back to the previous decision and Appendix 1, the 23rd of July report, and has been referred to by the officer and yourself, Chair, in terms of the pressing housing need in the city. And I still have to raise concerns that we're not able to the potential loss of housing on this site and not able to deliver those 123 dwellings. I think it's really critical to the City Council that we're able to bring more housing on stream, and I think this is still a major concern regarding this application. And I understand the sort of technicalities of the timescale, but the fact that the developer simply states that they do not intend to deliver housing in itself is, I don't think, sufficient. It's still in policy 27, the local plan. So I just want to reiterate those previous concerns about this aspect of the development.
Thank you very much, Councillor. It's a very important question. I think we need to be clear on the answer to this question. So, Karen, I'm going to go straight to you on that then, please, on the housing.
Sure, thank you. So the loss of the housing land is set out in the potential issue is set out in paragraphs 10.18 of the report dated the 5th of June. So, yeah, basically the current 5-year housing land supply position is not based upon the bringing forward of this site in the local plan, the emerging local plan. So other sites which have obviously contributed to the numbers are there, give the emerging local plan and the current situation the 5-year housing land supply. So officers do not consider that there's the loss of the housing site is technically going to result in any harm.
Right, thanks very much, Karen. I don't think Councillor Todd-Jones wants to come back, but just going to say, Karen, can you give us a bit of a steer on what sort of planning weight we should apply to this matter?
In my view, it would be, you do still have to give it weight, but it's not significant weight, and it potentially isn't even moderate weight given the current situation.
Righto, thank you very much. Thank you. Any more councillors want to ask questions in debate? Okay, so I'll just say, Karen, recently, when this whole Anglian Water thing kicked off, and in another planning committee, we were talking about Grampian conditions, which is a very fine name for something that most people haven't ever heard of. So we've not got a Grampian condition today. So could you tell us what a Grampian condition is and tell us why we haven't got one today, so we're just all clear on that, please?
So if it was demonstrated that there would be an increase in foul water discharge, potentially, we would attach a Grampian condition to any planning consent granted. But in this case, given that it's been demonstrated there is a decrease and a betterment in foul water discharge, it's not considered reasonable to put that condition on any consent granted.
Thank you very much. Any more? Okay, it's a difficult situation today. Anglian Water are causing a big problem. They have caused a lot of problems over the years since they were privatised, but anyway, a big problem today and going forward with this hoarding objection to all development. And, you know, it's a problem not only for us as planning committee, but for applicants as well, for residents, for all of us. But we have to cope with that and make a decision today. So if there's anything you don't understand, because it's a very complicated and confusing situation, we don't normally have these kind of decisions in planning committee. I think we need to be clear on that. There's no such thing as a stupid question in any context, and certainly in this context. So we need to be clear that we make the best, most robust decision we can. Councillor Thornbury, you wanted to ask something else?
Well, I'm not confused, but I think I completely agree with you that Anglian Water have not really planned sufficiently or invested in their assets at all, and it's very plain to see the outcome. But for all, ideally within the city, everyone will be looking to reduce the amount of water going into the drainage system and the amount of sewerage. And we can, you know, the problem is right now. So reducing the outflow on every single existing site is something that we need to hope that people will do across the city. And this is an example of that. So I think this is in my opinion, this is a very good outcome, and that we should uphold this about what can be achieved with existing plots, existing uses within the site. So we can be much more onerous for new developments, but where there is existing, I think this really is the best that we can achieve, and I think I think it's clear that this should be supported, and that we should use this as an example for every other existing operation within the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. In that case, if there's no other debate, we'll go to the recommendation. Toby, please.
Thanks, Chair. So that is set out on page 3 of the amendment sheet. The recommendation is to approve subject to the new updated condition set out on the amendment sheet and the deletion of condition 38 of the full and outline applications, including the conditions as set out on the July 2025 report, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers.
Thank you very much, Toby. So the recommendation is to approve. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Three in support, Chair.
Against?
3 in objection, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillors. So Chair is casting a vote. The item is approved. Appreciate all your thought and debate on this, Councillors, and it is a difficult item, but I think that's the best decision in the end. So the item is approved. Thank you. Do you want a break before the next item, or should we carry on? It's only 50 minutes, so should we just get on with the next item? Yep, I see some nodding heads. Okay. Right, so the next item is Christ College, St Andrew Street. So that's you, Dominic, you're here, good. And let's see, we've got speakers on this one.
Starting number 1, Chair.
Oh, yeah. So there are statements, you've had written statements, but also speakers today. I've got Roger Hepfer, objector, what's that say? Hugh Consulting to speak in objection. HGH, what's that, James?
I think HGH is the name of the consulting, but it's on behalf of Christ Lane Action Group.
Oh, okay, yeah. And then B. Reeve, objector, Simon MacDonald, the applicant, Hugh Clough, Councillor Clough, or Councillor Bennett, Councillor, and Councillor Timbeck. Right, I think we're all ready to go then. So if you want to introduce the item then, please, Dominic.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so hopefully you can all see my screen. So this application before committee today is at Christ College on St Andrew Street in Cambridge, and is for the demolition of the existing 1970s library building, replacement with a new library and social and study spaces, including reprovision of a bridge to the Bodley Library, alterations to the kitchen, upper hall, adjacent areas.
Just stop a minute. I've got a member of the public with their hand up. Can I help you, sir?
Yes, I'm Brian Reed. I'm down to speak against, but I'm getting that time up. The 3 minutes is going to, I don't know his name, but the consultant is speaking against.
I understand. So Mr. Reeve, and member of the public, I believe, has said that he won't speak and give his time to the other person, Roger Hepfer, who's speaking in objection. So the 3 minutes will go to that one person only. Thank you very much for letting me know. Thank you. Right, if you've got to start the presentation again, then please, Dominic, from the start.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so to reiterate, the application before committee today is at Christ College in Cambridge off St Andrew Street, and the application is for the demolition of the existing 1970s library and its replacement with a new library and social and study spaces, including re-provision of a bridge to the Bodley Library, alterations to the kitchen, upper hall and adjacent areas, including new plant, access improvements and alterations to the WC provision within the south-eastern range of Second Court. Finally, re-landscaping and ancillary works, installation of a temporary kitchen in Second Court for the duration of the works. Just as an update, as members should be aware, there was an extensive amendment sheet published for this application that captures all representations received between the publication of the report and yesterday at midday. There were 2 further representations received from Christ Lane Action Group rebutting the officer report. One of these submitted by Christ Lane Action Group themselves and the other from Alec Forshaw on their behalf. Officers, just to note, officers consider that the rebuttals within these letters were a judgment on the officer report and don't change the recommendation or any of the points within the report. There's also an additional representation received from Cadent Gas. However, this was identical to their initial comments and makes no change to the recommendation. Here we have the location plan for the application. So Christ College site is outlined in blue with the application site outlined in red. The red hashed area here is Second Court, where the location of the proposed temporary kitchen and dining facilities are. The site is primarily accessed from St Andrew Street with the main access into the college here. And there's a smaller second gated access into the college for staff from along Christ Lane here where my laser pointer is. Immediately to the south of the application site here is Christ Lane, which is the public highway, which links St Andrew Street here with Christ Pieces and Drummer Street bus station here. And on the opposite side of Christ Lane is the Bradwell's Court redevelopment building with retail units at ground floor facing onto Christ Lane and residential apartments on the 2nd and 3rd floor. This is a GIS map of the site. So the dark red buildings here are the Christ College listed buildings. With the exception of this building here, all of the other listing forms a single Historic England listing. The pink buildings here are Grade 2 listed buildings. The red building here is Grade 2 star listed Lloyds Bank on the corner, and the orange buildings are buildings of local interest. The green marked area that Christ Court sits within is the Grade 2 listed Historic Park and Garden, and it's slightly hard to see, but there's also a couple of TPO protected trees within First Court towards this northeastern range here. And also just to note, the entire site is within the Cambridge city centre. This is a plan that hopefully sets out and makes it clear the different ages of the buildings within the site. So despite them all falling within the same listing, they are of varying ages. So the main 16th century college buildings mostly surround First Court. The current library is this 1976 blue building here. The Bodley Library is part of the Grade 1 listing here, which faces onto St Andrew Street with a later extension in 1896 here. The 1913 building is to mostly be retained with some alterations as part of the proposed development. So here we have the existing site plan. So you can see the current library building here, which extends into here. Bath Court is the space sandwiched between this southeastern range of First Court and the library, so it's an external space, can be accessed again. This is the secondary access into the site from Christ's Lane. You can also see within this plan the limited space between the current library building and the Grade 1 listed Bodley Library. These are just some photos of Bath Court as existing. So this is taken from the southern end of Bath Court looking towards the north. Again, the current library buildings on the right-hand side of the photo with the range of First Court buildings on the left-hand side. You can see the fact that there are a number of differing levels within this space and the clutter at the far northern end of the court, which obscures views of the listed building and detracts from their setting. This is another photo taken from the southern corner of Bath Court, so the library building on the left-hand side and the Bodley Library on the right. You can just see the proximity of the current library to the edge of the Bodley. This is a photo taken from the existing bridge that links the current library and the Bodley Library, looking down towards that corner where the previous photo was taken, again showing the limited separation distance. In comparison here, we have the proposed site plan for the application. So you can see the extent of the new library building here, running to here at ground floor level. The Bath Court is retained in mostly the same format as existing, with one notable difference being the increased separation between the Bodley Library and the new library, which I'll cover in more detail later on. This is the proposed basement plan for the application, which utilises existing floor space for storage and for plant. Just to clarify, there's no extensions proposed to this space. It's simply an amendment or altering the existing use of the space, so no further additional basement space proposed. This is the ground floor plan for the application, which hopefully gives you a better idea of the layout. So you can see the extent of the new library running from here to here at ground floor level. There are a number of other alterations that I'll cover. So within the library, there's a large entrance hall and study space at ground floor level, a multi-faith prayer room to this side, and there is an opening up to the northern end of Bath Court here with the demolition of some of those structures I referred to previously and the addition of a new lift to the upper floors. Also, just to note, along Christ's Lane within the application site, you can see running from here to here is the extent of the new bench that's proposed within the public realm. This is to replace an existing bench, which is much smaller, which is being removed as part of the application. At first floor level, you can see the new replacement bridge linking the Bodley Library to the new proposed library here. There is then a large primary reading room provided with group study spaces off of this, and then this library is connected through to the existing student dining facilities here, along including staff spaces and an upper hall terrace, which is here. Here we have the second floor plan, which is much less open with more separation for study spaces. There are also the 5 chimneys, which I'll cover later, but these provide some of the separation within this floor space. So there's this one, this one, this one, this one, and another one along here. Again, to the northeastern end between the second and third floor, there is another garden terrace area that opens up here. And also lift access continues up here within one of the chimneys proposed. This is the third floor plan, so the top level of the proposed library, where there are large voids that provide light down from the roof throughout the library floors, along with additional study space at this level, and again lift access up to this floor. And this is the roof plan for the proposal. So there's a large area of flat roof which fronts onto Christ Lane, which is to provide area for plant to be installed. And then there is a pleated roof proposed towards Bath Court with solar panels on one roof slope and windows on the other roof slope. And this is a landscaping plan for Bath Court. So an attenuation system is proposed to make use of rainwater harvesting to maintain soil levels, moisture levels and water plants within the rain garden. There's also level access throughout, with the exception of the stairs here to the staff access, and the internal social study space within the ground floor opens up into this covered walkway to increase the flexibility of use of this space from the current situation. This is a section of Bath Court showing the rainwater harvesting system proposed. So it's using rainwater runoff from the existing building to water the rain garden within Bath Court. Rainwater is captured within the attenuation system, with also being captured within an open storage system which can be used to water the plants. The garden is also designed to be flooded in exceptional circumstances. This is the external facade of the building facing onto Christ Lane, showing the extent of the new library building and its height in relation to the existing college buildings. So it's clearly taller than the Bodley Library, which is here facing onto St Andrew Street, but it's not the tallest building within the college, with the cupola and the clock tower remaining taller. There are a number of windows and openings proposed within this facade at varying levels, creating an interest within it, which steps back at third floor level here, which I'll cover later. This area of glazing to the top left of the building is the staircase turret that extends to the top floor of the building. And these are the 5 chimneys that I referred to previously, all serving a purpose, either through passive ventilation or through the lift shaft, which is within this slightly wider chimney here. Just to note, during the process of the application, the chimneys have been reduced in height by 900 millimetres, with these ventilation slots added as a result of consultee comments. And again, you can see the proposed Bodley Library bridge here, just above the Christ Lane wall. This is just a coloured version of the same elevation, showing an idea of the proposed materials and how it would appreciate it from Christ Lane. And again, the same version, but at night, showing the number of openings onto Christ Lane, which is considered would provide an increase in passive surveillance of the street from the existing situation. This is the opposite facade that faces onto Bath Court within the college. So again, you can see the tops of the chimneys protruding above the flat roof here. Again, the pleated roof here. And there's an overhang above the ground and first floors, with a large glazed facade at the bottom opening out onto Bath Court. And this line that runs along the top here is the top of the Bradwell's Court redevelopment on the opposite side of Christ Lane. And this is, again, is just a coloured version of the same elevation, giving an indicative view of how this would appear. So here we have the southwestern elevation, proposed library cut through the southern range of the first court building, and then again through the Bradwell's Court building on the right-hand side here. So you can see the step back of the Christ Lane facade at third floor level with the staircase turret, the overhang into Bath Court here. And it also shows the pleated roof here sloping down with hanging tiles proposed onto the Bath Court elevation, which you'll see later on. This is the opposite north-eastern elevation of the building, so taken from the northeast looking south towards St Andrews Street. So you can see the 2 external terrace spaces here and here, as well as an idea of the differing floor levels within the building. And this is a section cut through the middle of the library as if you were looking from the opposite side of Christ Lane. So you can see the differing floor levels within the 1913 building that's being retained, which is sort of halfway in between the floor levels of the proposed library, as well as the different uses proposed within the library and the voids that I mentioned earlier, providing light down from the windows within the pleated roof. Just for information, this is a comparison between an existing permission granted in 2011 for the replacement of the library facilities. To note, this blue line is the current proposal, but doesn't include the flat roof or the chimneys, so it's not the full height of the proposed building, but does give an idea of the comparison between that and the previous permission on the site. Whilst it is taller, it doesn't include this expansive basement that was previously proposed and is now not considered practical for the development. This is another section taken through the building showing Christ Lane with the Bradwell's Court redevelopment building on the right-hand side. It shows the differing separation distances between the facade of the proposed library and the Bradwell's Court, as well as the height of the proposed library. So to the top of the flat roof is approximately 12.48 metres, and to the top of the chimneys is approximately 4.2 metres. The setback, or the distance between the 2 buildings, differs at differing levels, but is, as shown, ranges between 5 and 8.4 metres to the front of the apartment buildings here. These are some images of the Bodley Library Bridge, showing the increased separation distance between the proposed library and the Bodley Library. This gives an idea of how it was proposed to look from Christ Lane. This is one of the provided viewpoints within the Townscape Visual Impact Assessment taken from St Andrews Street looking to the north, so the existing situation on the left-hand side and the proposed on the right. Just to note that this right-hand image, the proposed, is taken before the amendments were received to the chimney, so they will be 900 millimetres lower in height than this and include the ventilation slots I mentioned previously. You can see the height of the staircase turret behind the gable end of the Bodley Library. However, the facade along Christ Lane is a lot cleaner and a lot more interesting than the existing situation with the clutter and lack of active frontage considered onto Christ Lane as existing, including this large flue. This is another view taken from St Andrew Street, just slightly further to the south. So you can see the existing situation on the left-hand side here. You can see the cupola from the First Court building here. With the proposed view here, you'll be able to see that the entire cupola will be obscured from view, as it was with the previous permission granted in 2016. It's this element with the large staircase tower visible here that's considered harmful to the setting of the Bodley Library.
It's all wrong a minute. Let's just get everyone settled first before we carry on. So maybe some of you that have just come in could go over that side. There's a space over there by the doors, just so the people who are already in here can see the presentation as well. Thank you. You're all welcome, but just maybe if you sort of spread yourselves out a bit, that would be great. Thanks. But not in the public speaker's seats, I'm afraid. If you, where can they sit? Can they sit along there? If you can sit along this row long here, that's fine. But those seats are for speakers. Thanks. Sorry, members, we'll just get everybody settled first, I think. Is that okay? That's good enough, isn't it, I think? Okay, carry on, Dominic.
Thank you. I'll cover this slide again. Yes, so the left-hand side image here is the existing view from St Andrew Street looking towards the college, the Bradwell's Court building on the right-hand side, and this is the gable end of the Bodley Library. And you can see the existing cupola within the range of the First Court buildings would be obscured within the proposed development entirely here, as it was within the previous consents granted on the site. It's this element with the large staircase tower that's considered to harm the setting of this Bodley Library within views of the gable end here as set out in my officer report. And this, meanwhile, is the view from the opposite end of Christ Lane looking towards St Andrew Street, highlights the dominance of the chimneys, which considered to add a variance within this elevation, as well as the differing setbacks and materials proposed, also providing an interest in the elevation. These are just a couple of views from within First Court to give you an idea of the impact of the reduction in height of the chimneys. So the left-hand side is as was initially proposed as part of this application, with the chimneys clearly visible above the range of First Court buildings. And then on the right-hand side, the reduction in height is such that they're only visible with extremely glimpse views above the building's roofs here. These are just two indicative images of Bath Court as proposed, showing how it would look following the new library building, as well as the landscaping of Bath Court, considered to be a significant improvement on this element of both the conservation area and the setting of the listed buildings, and vastly improves the usability of this space. These are two photos taken from the second floor of the Bradwell's Court redevelopment on the opposite side of Christ's Lane. So the photo on the left shows the flat roof of the existing library with the Bodley Library and First Court range behind it. This is an existing palm tree located within Bath Court, which is to be retained. And the photo on the right shows the view from the walkway in front of the apartments within the Bradwell's Court redevelopment, and you can see as existing, you can see the southern range of First Court here. This is an accessibility plan of the ground floor of the proposed development. The orange lines denote the wheelchair accessible routes throughout the site, so both internal and externally. The blue areas are wheelchair accessible toilets, and the green spaces, so here and here, are lifts that carry up through the differing floors of the building. And likewise, this is a first floor plan showing the accessibility of the proposed building. So again, you can see the orange lines showing the wheelchair accessible routes with the two lifts here and here. This is a section of the proposed building showing its main environmental sustainability features. So air source heat pumps denoted by number 11 here within the flat roof of the building. And then there's solar panels on the pleated roof denoted by number 14 here. The chimneys also provide passive ventilation from the ground floor. With the use of the solar panels as proposed, it's considered that up to 6 BREEAM credits can be achieved relating to BREEAM outstanding and exceeding the policy target of 4 credits. This is an indicative image of the site layout during the construction phase provided within the draft construction management plan, showing what a layout could look like during the construction phase. So with a crane within the site and then boarding and stores located along Christ Lane, so 5 and 7 here. There's 2 main construction accesses proposed, one to the left-hand side here from St Andrew Street and another to the right here through Drummer Street bus station. So to cover these one by one, this hopefully gives a better idea of the access from St Andrew Street. So the right-hand side here, you can see an indicative image of how lorries would be parked along Christ Lane whilst retaining sufficient width for access for pedestrians. And the right-hand side is swept path analysis showing lorries accessing the site. So they would drive forward on St Andrew Street, reverse back into the site. And it's considered important to note that as set out within the Amendment Street, the previous traffic management plan condition requested by the Highways Authority has been replaced by a more detailed condition relating to construction traffic management to ensure that there's no impact upon this construction access on vehicular or pedestrian traffic. So this would include banks, persons, and significant mitigation to ensure that this impact is acceptable. This is the opposite access, so through Drummer Street bus station. So lorries would park up against the Bradwell's Court redevelopment here. This is Christ College here. So vehicles would drive into Drummer Street bus station, turn around and reverse backwards again, like they did from St Andrew Street. Again, the same mitigation would be required in this instance and be covered by the condition. Whilst this is covered within my officer report, just again to reiterate the consultee comments received on the application, so none of who have raised an objection to the development, including both Historic England and the Council's Conservation Officer, the Local Highways Authority and the County Council's Transport Assessment Team, as well as the Council's Sustainability and Access Officer. And again, just to reiterate the process that has been undertaken prior to this application being before committee today. So from April 2023, when a master plan was undertaken for the college estate, identifying a concern among students for new library facilities within the college, the application has been through 3 pre-application meetings and a pre-application workshop. The proposal has been endorsed by the design review panel, as well as being taken as a sustainability workshop, an accessibility and inclusivity meeting. Neighbourhood engagement was initially undertaken in March of 2025 with a pre-application briefing to members in May of this year. The application was then submitted in June of this year with amendments received in August, reducing the height of the chimneys and altering the internal layout of the kitchen facilities. In September of this year, the application was taken to the Development Control Forum with additional information and clarification provided following this. Officers consider it is therefore clear the scheme has progressed significantly since the first pre-application was submitted, taking into account the views of consultees to the point we are at now with no consultee objections on the development. And then overall, when applying the planning balance, whilst there is less than substantial harm at the lower end identified to the setting of the Bodley Library, it is considered the development helps to secure the viable use of the site for its intended use and will result in enhancement of the conservation area through the high quality design of the building, significant improvements to Bath Court, as well as other benefits, including the enhancement of public realm, improvements to accessibility and sustainability. The officer recommendation is therefore for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dominic. Right, so it's great to see everyone here. It's obviously a big public interest item. There's been some concern from officers about the forest gates being blocked. So I'm going to adjourn the item for 5 minutes while we see if we can get officers to get you chairs so you can sit down in an appropriate place. Say there's some space over this on my left-hand side and maybe on the right-hand side as well. And also to say that Councillor Flowberry, you won't be able to decide this item because you came in halfway through the presentation. You have to hear the whole thing. So I'm afraid you won't be able to be a decision maker on this item. And we're going to have a lunch break after this item just to let you and other members know. So if we adjourn the item, if we go offline then please for 5 minutes, don't discuss the item in the interim, members. It'll only be a few minutes, so you can stay here if you want, but if you want to go out to the toilet, that's fine. So we'll start again at 11:23.
Chair.
23.
Chair, can I just say that actually I was outside with a nose bleeding issue, so I was following the presentation from outside.
Terribly sorry to hear that, but this is a quasi-judicial committee. Planning members that make decisions have to be in the room to hear the presentation, I'm afraid. It's not my decision, that's the way it runs. Vanessa, do you want to say something?
I'm really sorry, Councillor Fluber, you cannot make a decision on this item.
Okay, so are we offline? Thank you. Okay, welcome back after a short adjournment. Just to be clear, Councillor Flaubert isn't one of the decision makers on this item, as she wasn't able to be here to listen to the whole of the presentation in the room, and that's the way the rules go. And then Councillor Flaubert is not permitted to then sit on the decision-making seats where councillors sit. So Councillor Flaubert is sitting just outside, so everyone understands. Right, let's carry on then. So we've had the presentation. Did you have anything else to say, Dominic? It's been a while. Did you mention the amendments sheet? Thank you very much. Right, let's go to speakers then. So the first up is Roger, objector. You've got 3 minutes. Where's Roger? Is he online or here?
Yes, sir, I'm online.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully I can be heard, can I?
Okay. Let's see if you can get your picture on screen then, Roger. Yep, we got you. Good. Okay.
Right, excellent. And can I just be clear before the clock starts ticking? I think I will have 2 opportunities of speaking, one in relation to the planning application and one in relation to the listed building consent application, but I'd be grateful if you would confirm that.
Yeah, confirm.
And should I make those 2 presentations or speeches sequentially, or one first and then the other one later?
They're separate speeches for separate items, so is that clear?
That's fine. So I will focus on the planning application first. And to say that I'm speaking on behalf of the Christ's Lane Action Group.
Just hold on a minute. Hold on. Sorry, Roger. Got an interruption. What is it, sir? Firstly, I let it go the first time, but we can't have interruptions through the course of the meeting. We can't have interruptions through the course of the meeting. We've got an important decision to make as councillors, and we need to get on with business. So please don't keep on interrupting. You're not registered to speak on the second item, so that's not possible. And I need to listen to the speaker that's speaking now, if that's acceptable to you. Thank you very much. Right, if you want to start, sorry about the interruption, Roger. So we'll start the clock again, so 3 minutes.
Thank you. Of course, I'm not in the room, so I can't quite see what's happening, but I suspect there are a lot of people present to listen to the debate about this item, and that reflects the fact that the local community are really quite concerned about what is being proposed. The Christ Lane Action Group, CLAG, represents over 300 people who live and or work in the Christ Lane area. And in a nutshell, the concern is that the current design is unnecessarily tall, bland, and unwelcoming, and it would detract from the attractiveness and the character of Christ Lane, which is a really important piece of public realm. When Christ Lane was reopened as a predominantly pedestrian route in 2008, it was celebrated as an inspirational example of contemporary design, enhancing the historic environment. And that was absolutely in line with Local Plan Policy 10, which seeks to improve connections between the historic core and the Fitzroy Burley Street area. Christ Lane is the most important of the connections there. The current proposal is significantly taller and more massive than the previously consented 2016 Rick Mather scheme. And it features these monolithic chimneys, which really result in what I would say is an unrelenting fortress-like wall. It communicates hostility, and it seems to indicate the college has focused very much on its private interests and has turned its back on the community and the public realm outside. The proposal, in my view, conflicts with not only policy 10, which I've referred to already, but policy 65, which talks about creating attractive and appropriately scaled built frontages, and policy 60. It's regarded by Historic England as causing harm to designated assets, and particularly the Grade 1 listed Bodley Library. I'll return to that when I talk about the list of building consent application. The key point here is that the claimed public benefits are minimal and simply fail to outweigh the identified heritage and public realm harms. That being the case, CLAG requests...
That's 3 minutes, I'm afraid.
Council...
Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you very much. Right, next speaker is Simon MacDonald. Are you here, Simon? Yeah, hello. If you go to one of those sort of seats with the public speaker thing on, that's it. Great, thanks.
I'm the Master of Christ College.
Welcome.
We need this building. The 1970s library is slowly falling down. Christ's 700 students deserve better. We considered dusting off the initial design by Rick Mather, for which planning permission was granted in 2011 and 2016, but rejected it. The planning report agrees with our reasoning. I quote point 9.1. In certain aspects, this application is considered to be a significant improvement over previous permissions, namely the removal of the basement previously proposed. It is now considered that given the archaeological potential of the site and sustainability issues, that increasing the size of the building above ground is preferable. The chimneys make our proposal taller than the Mather design, but it's still not as tall as the building on the other side of Christ Lane. We need every cubic metre. The internal layout is intricate, interlocking, and maximizes the space available, not only to achieve 4 times as many study spaces, but also to increase their variety. We have worked closely with the council and others. Not one of 21 statutory consultees has raised an objection. Not one. With the planning department's help, our architects, Grafton, have refined and improved the design. An architect whose practice didn't win the contract was generous enough to comment on the planning department portal. I quote, "The main public benefit is the replacement of an existing building that contributes nothing to its context with an exceptionally fine new building, built to last and to the highest possible standards of environmental sustainability." The Director of Planning summarised his findings in point 1.7 of his report. I quote, "What is before members is a well thought out scheme that has, through an extensive pre-application process, evolved into a scheme which is a credible proposal of merit that would successfully assimilate into the street scene its heritage setting and respect neighbouring residential amenity. In short, our proposal would benefit many generations of students. It is sustainable and for the first time makes all that quadrant of our college, Bodley Library, Student Library, Upper Hall, where students eat, accessible to all. We're building something beautiful for the college for sure, but also for the city, with your permission. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks very much, Simon. So next speaker is Councillor Clough. Are you here? You were, weren't you? Yes, so hello. So just to be clear, Councillor Clough is a ward councillor, but not in Market Ward. You're in Newnham, aren't you? Newnham Ward. So you've got unlimited time to speak, Councillor.
Thank you. We're here today for one reason, to protect the qualities that make Cambridge what it is. Its light, its scale, its light, its sense of place. What Christ College is proposing isn't just another redevelopment. It would permanently damage the look, feel, and even the daylight of one of our city's most loved historic routes. The message is simple. The proposal is too big, too dark, too harmful to the spiritual character of Christ Lane. There is a better way forward, one that respects what's here already. Christ Lane isn't just a cut-through, it's a route that has carried people through Cambridge since the 13th century. When reopened in 2008, it showed how contemporary design can work with history, not against it. Its character depends on light and openness, qualities this plan destroys. At over 14 metres high on a 6-metre wide lane, the building would overshadow, dominate and erase the human scale that makes this street inviting. When Gradwell's Court was redeveloped, the key rule was crystal clear: avoid a canyon effect. Yet this new scheme doubles that height and massing. Historic England and the Victorian Society both objected, warning that the proposal was too bulky and visually oppressive for the conservation area. The Victorian Society went further, urging that any new building here should step down to preserve long views and the open aspect alongside the Bodleian Library. None of that advice has been followed. Light is not a luxury here, it is structural. The applicant's own overshadowing study shows clear afternoon darkness across much of the lane. This is contrary to BRE guidance and to local plan policies 56, 60 and 65, which require design that protects light and visual amenity. In terms of heritage and policy harm, sections 66 and 72 of the 1990 Act give great weight to the duty to preserve listed buildings and conservation areas. This proposal fails that test. It harms the setting of the Grade 1 listed Bodleian Library, breaks the established roof line and introduces a bulk alien to the city's grain. The applicant claims public benefit, a bench, some planters, some minor internal gains, but those do not outweigh the harm. Cambridge's success has always been about sensitive design, not excess. We are not against redevelopment, we are for doing it right. The 2016 RIC made the scheme already secured consent for a lower, lighter design that respected both heritage and street appearance. And more recently, public preference has made it clear that in local consultations, 71% supported the Create Streets approach, while only 21 backed the college's current proposal. That gap says everything. People want a scheme that fits the lane and not one that buries it. Members, this choice isn't between progress and nostalgia, it is between overdevelopment and thoughtful renewal. The local plan and the NPPF are unambiguous. Conserve significance, respond to context, and enhance character. This plan misses all three. Please refuse the application and ask the college to come back with a design that restores what has already defined Christ Lane: light, openness, and life. Let's protect this piece of living history so that when people walk down Christ Lane in another 50 years, they'll still see daylight and still recognise Cambridge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. A very clear speech. So just to be clear, everyone here, this is not a show. This is a quasi-judicial committee. We're here to make an important decision, and there's going to be no clapping, shouting, screaming, booing, or any of that. By all means, pay attention to what's being said, but I don't want any of that, so no more, please. Right, so next up is Councillor Bennett, your ward councillor from Abbey Ward. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I don't normally speak as a ward councillor on wards other than my own. However, I've made an exception in this case because of the concerns raised by so many Abbey residents. Christ Lane is our safe off-road route into the city centre. It's particularly important to us now that we've lost the Grafton shopping facilities. It's particularly important to Wobbly residents, to residents with prams who are escorting other residents who may have visual or mobility disorders. I note, and I am pleased by the officer's confirmation that Christ Lane would not be closed during the construction process. But I'm also very much aware as a disabled person, a carer, that you don't have to close an access road to make it unsafe or impossible to pass. There's few alternatives to using Christ Lane. The nearest alternative routes people pass the Drummer Street bus station and along Emmanuel Street, which is very busy. and also suffers from misaligned drop curbs and drop curbs that are often obscured by parked buses. It's difficult as a disabled, a sensory deprived or mobility deprived person to get into the historic centre in any case. At the moment, it's just about possible, but whenever there are construction vehicles parked in Christ Lane, it becomes very difficult and problematic. If construction vehicles are parked in St Andrew Street, it obscures sight lines. People with disabilities need longer to cross. They need to be able to see further. So I'm aware that there are accessibility improvements within the library complex, and I welcome these. Disability can happen to any of us at any time, and students with their active lives and interest in exciting hobbies are often particularly prone to unforeseen accidents. It's important that they should have an accessible library, and I applaud the college for making attempts to bring them an accessible library. But it cannot be at the expense of public access for the many residents who are wobbly, disabled, with prams, carers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So next up is Councillor Bick, your ward councillor in Market Ward, where the item is proposed.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I am ward councillor for those who live and work in Christ's College, those who live in Christ Lane, and some of the many people who use Christ Lane as a thoroughfare from one part of the city to another, of which I'm frequently one. I would firstly like to comment that I have visited the existing college library, and I completely agree that it is cramped and dysfunctional for the higher education institution that the college is. And I completely understand the impetus for a transformational improvement, and I believe that the plans that you've got before you today would achieve that. And in the space available, that is clearly quite a challenge to accomplish. I'm not sure whether the new library represents a public or a private benefit, but I don't think that what is planned should be treated as some kind of luxury, but an understandable benefit to seek to ensure that an old institution adequately meets modern needs and that students from all origins who apply to study there get the sort of facility that would be available at other colleges or other universities. Proposed development is wholly within the current built footprint of the college, but it's higher. On the external side along Christ Lane, it still ends with a wall rising directly up from the footway. Although higher, this new outward wall would be less blank and featureless, though not much less at ground level. What the public realm of Christ Lane could do most with is a more active frontage at ground level, facing the shops across the way, and the City Council in its planning policies, and I'll quote as an example only policy 56, creating successful places. The City Council has planning policies which do adhere in general to that ambition for active frontages. To achieve it in style here would speak to a more open model for a traditional Cambridge college, one that would be more permeable and turned its back less to the outside world. This is a rare instance, I think, of a walled boundary of one of those colleges coming to the planners. So I'm making no apology for asking the committee to consider carefully whether it has the leverage to achieve more from the college in today's context more openness or more animation at ground floor level than has come with this application, thus making Christ Lane less of just a one-sided street. I've read the case officer's report and would encourage the committee to challenge its recommendations with two of the key substantive concerns of the objectors. Firstly, is the acknowledged heritage harm, which is a public matter, I think, adequately compensated by public benefit? That is sharply contested by the scheme's critics, and it deserves the committee's attention. In relation to the sunlight and shading questions, is the committee satisfied that the impact of the height of the new buildings and its chimneys won't darken the lane and degrade the experience of the public, whether they're passing through or spending dwell time there? Obviously, would have an adverse knock-on effect to retail traders. And there is, amongst objectors, a deep fear that it will darken that experience. Chair, I'd also like to ask some further important questions. Could the committee be advised of the consequences of the Development Control Forum, which took place on the 11th of September? According to the minutes, a meeting with the applicant was to take place afterwards to discuss the outcome and follow up any further action that was necessary. And the applicant was encouraged to keep in direct contact with the petitioners. For completeness, Chair, I think it would be helpful to understand what the consequences were of that forum meeting. Secondly, reference has been made, and is made in various places in the papers, to some modest embellishments to the new college wall in Christ Lane. A bench, which doesn't appear on all the diagrams, and an ornamental arch and some kind of visual opening in the college at ground level, neither of which appeared to be fully integrated in the plans. Could these be clarified today, and could the committee please take steps to lock these features into the application, if that's all we get, if they intend to go on to improve it? And thirdly, the traffic management plan for the construction phase. It's covered in condition 6. This, as has been said by others, is a matter of more than normal importance if this application were to be approved, due to the narrowness of Christ Lane and the difficulty of physical access to the site from within the college. The thoroughfare is used by thousands of people. It's a vital pedestrian link across the city, especially for people living to the north and the east. And it's of commercial significance in linking the retail hub around Fitzroy Street, Burley Street and the Grafton Centre area, where people often park and walk to the historic centre, or access bus services in Drummer Street, or busway services which stop near the Wesley Church. It's complicated by the fact that roughly 50% of the width of the current Christ Lane is in the ownership of the college, presumably giving them the right to do what they choose with half of what the public regard as 100% public land, and actually isn't. And there is a row of retail units for which everything possible needs to be done to achieve continuity of business. I know that a construction plan is normally delegated for officers to resolve afterwards, but on this occasion, given the unusual circumstances and the pressure on this passageway, I would like to request that Market Ward councillors are specifically consulted before agreement is struck on the plan. And finally, Chair, this is a controversial application and there is a lot of interest in it. Could I urge the committee to pursue the serious questions raised by the objectors and satisfy themselves on them in their debate? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Right, okay, debate. Who'd like to start off? Councillor Thornborough.
There's quite a lot of questions.
I made a mistake. It's questions clarification, isn't it, first?
Clarification.
Yeah, any clarification questions before we go?
I'd like a clarification.
I think I did that the wrong way around, didn't I? We should have had those before the speakers, shouldn't we? Yeah, I'm sorry. I think with all the people coming in, it sort of slightly flustered me and I've forgotten to do it the right way around. But we'll do it anyway this time. So we'll do questions of clarification first and then we'll go to debate then, please. So does anybody have any questions of clarification? Councillor Thornborough.
So I understand that one of the meetings before the application was to, in inclusivity, accessibility and inclusivity meeting. And I'd like to know if there were any recommendations from that and what the outcome was. And the officer was very good at explaining how the scheme would be accessible as, you know, the new development. But what I don't know is what problems that solves now. What inaccessible issues are there within the existing building that the students encounter, for which this actually is an improvement. And the other thing, we heard about there's 4 times the number of study spaces and there's 700 students. Have the students themselves been involved in the setting the brief and the design? Have they been involved? Because I think that there's quite a lot of lessons from the pandemic and the way people study and the way they come together that may have changed the opinion of young people who are studying and the way they want to work. And I wondered if that has had an impact, has that fed into the design and the way the brief was put together? Thank you.
All right, thanks, Councillor. Sort of slipping into sort of debate stroke clarification, but if we can just get the questions of clarification out of the way first, then please, Dominic.
Thank you. Yeah, so whilst I didn't attend the accessibility inclusivity meeting, there was a meeting held with Mark Taylor, the council's accessibility officer, with the applicant and the agent, and a number of points were raised by him and taken on board by the applicant and brought forward to the scheme as you see it now. I think the existing building and Bath Court, as I pointed out in my presentation, there's a lot of variation in levels between Bath Court and the building, which hinders obviously wheelchair accessibility and etc. And internally the building is very cramped and narrow, which also reduces the accessibility of it. And just by the addition of 2 lifts and vastly improved level access throughout, I think it's a significant improvement on accessibility. To my knowledge, yes, there was extensive student consultation, both prior to the application and on any changes. I think, as you point out, Councillor Thornborough, there's quite a change in student wants and needs since COVID, and there's a mix now between private and large group study spaces proposed to hopefully meet the needs of all students, taking on board their views as part of the consultation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more questions for clarification? Yeah, Councillor Illingworth.
Yes, can I just raise the issue of accessibility during the construction phase, raised both by Councillor Bennett and Councillor Bick. So the first question I've got, when a lorry is reversing out from St Andrews Street into Christ Lane, will there be a banks person in charge of that lorry? And the second one, which again Councillor Bennett referred to, is just how wide is the passage going to be once, I imagine they'll put hoardings up along the middle of Christ Lane. So on the retail side, will there be proper wheelchair access for people to get through? Thank you.
So I think the second one definitely wasn't a question of clarification. The first one possibly was. It's a bit of a grey area, these questions of clarification. It's not new to all of us. But if you can do your best, Dominic, and then we'll move into proper debate, I think.
Thank you. Yeah, I've just shared my screen, so it's very small, but this is the new wording of the construction traffic management plan as proposed. It is envisaged there'll be at least 1 banks person on both accesses, more than likely multiple from St Andrews Street, given the number of pedestrians and vehicles that use St Andrews Street and Christ Lane. But the condition requires details of banks people to be provided prior to discharge. So in line with the Local Highways Authority, officers are content that that impact can be mitigated to an acceptable level. Thank you.
Okay. Just before we move on then, just on that, so one of the speakers, Councillor Bennett, said it would be unsafe or impossible to pass. I wasn't quite sure if Councillor Bennett was referring to the scheme during its building phase or afterwards, but can you comment on those comments, please, Dominic?
Yeah, so the precise details of the construction phase aren't known at this stage and would be secured by that normal condition. It's usual that that condition is applied with limited information at application stage, but it's understood that Christ Lane would be fully accessible during the construction phase. At no point would it be fully blocked up or limited accessibility for anyone during the construction phase. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just one final thing from me. So I'm hesitant to ask it, it might make it seem like I don't understand the scheme, but I've been looking at it quite a bit, and from Christ Lane, if you look at that proposed Christ Lane elevation on page 14 of the pack, the drawings pack, on the right-hand side, there's what looks like a bit of an existing building with 3 windows and then a line, which is a downpipe, I think, and then 1 window and then 2, one above the other. That's it, yeah, except that we've lost the right-hand side of it, so you can only see the 3 windows at the right-hand side. So when I was looking at that elevation, like, you know, from the lane in real life, it's appeared that that bit wasn't like that. It was, it had, I took a photo, it had sort of 2 sets of windows, not 3. It was like a different thing. So am I misunderstanding that bit of the scheme? I presume the scheme is drawn correctly. I can't imagine the architects have done it wrong.
Yeah, I've just shared, this is the view from Christ Lane, both existing as proposed. So they're the 3 windows, to my understanding, that you referred to on the left-hand side there, with the existing buildings that are to be altered with the library on top. So yeah, to my knowledge, the plans are accurate, yeah.
I think I've worked it out now where I went wrong. I've got it, okay. Right, okay, debate. Councillor Thornborough.
So can you, on one of the drawings, the elevations of the scheme, can you indicate the amount of the existing wall that's there that is being retained? Because the way it's drawn, particularly where so it's very clear that on the right-hand side there is sort of I think new work above an existing wall, but it looks like, yes, there. It looks like the 2 chimneys on the right, that wall is existing and that what's above it is new. But to the left of that, how much of that wall is existing, and the way it's drawn, it looks like it's all new.
Sorry, yeah, if you can see where my mouse is now, to the left-hand side here.
The microphone off, please, Councillor.
This is the existing wall with the gate through for staff. So from there to...
Use your laser pointer, please.
Sorry, yeah.
It's just that we can't see it necessarily otherwise.
So from here through to here at ground floor level is entirely a new wall. This wall here and here are existing walls with the library on top of it. So at ground floor level between here and here is entirely new, if that makes sense.
Right, nodding heads. Debate, councillors, I need something. Okay, so, I mean, I've looked at the scheme a lot. I think that the comments by some of the speakers about it being very much a wall and some more derogatory comments about the wall were sort of fair enough. I can see that, but then that's the nature of a lot of university sites that they have walls around them of some sort. And I guess the way I see it, it's the prerogative of the applicant to set their site out as they see fit, and especially in the context of them owning half the lane anyway. It's all about private land and public domain, I guess. I mean, I would prefer, in a perfect world, where everything was far more open. I don't see the need for walls. I think the walls are hundreds of years out of date, and with modern technology, we can have security without walls. But we are where we are, and we have an applicant who needs the site to, you know, use it for a building which has been recognised, the need has been recognised by another of the speakers, which is fair enough. So it is a quandary. It's a difficult one, I think. So I'm not saying yay or nay. I'm just saying it's a difficult decision to make. Councillor Todd-Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Perhaps I ought to declare an interest, as I'm a chartered librarian, so I had a particular interest in looking at the library in Christ College, and I have no doubt that it's not no longer really fit for purpose, and totally understand the need for provision of a new library for the college, its students and its users. The aspect along Christ Lane, obviously these things are very subjective, but my personal view, having walked up and down there this morning, was that the application does enhance that elevation along Christ Lane that's being proposed compared to what is currently present. As I say, it's a subjective view to some extent, but personally I think it does break up the elevation, and it's more kind of welcoming in that sense. Regarding the chimneys, I did note that Historic England, and I believe their objections have all been met in terms of reduction of height in the chimneys. That's, I think, quite a feature of the elevation and the building. And I just want to check with the planning officer that all those concerns have been met. So 6.19 to 6.21 in the report refers to this, with a potential further reduction being suggested, but I don't know that it's critical of the staircase turret being reduced. So I don't know if that's still a consideration. I've got some other points, but I'll just leave those couple of points first of all. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thornborough.
Yes, I know Councillor Clough referred to a lighting study, and that that this can you talk about the lighting study, and has it actually caused harm? Any harm? Will it? What does that show, and what has the, maybe the urban designers have commented on that. And the other, just following up on Councillor Todd Jones, is about the it's been stated that this harms the library, this scheme harms the library, and I wonder what Historic England has said about that. And I think also the weighing up between any harm that's identified versus public benefit. And I wondered if you could talk about any public benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Maybe back to you then, Dominic, and also just to make everyone aware, we've got officers from Conservation and Urban Design here today. So, Dominic, if you need to defer to those officers, that'd be great. And I think, in fact, be good to get their two pennyworth into the debate. So, over to you, Dominic.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, sorry, I've got Eglay to my left from our urban design team, and then Paul to her left from our conservation team. So members are more than welcome to direct comments to them. I will share my screen with Historic England's most recent comments, as Councillor Todd Jones pointed out. Their initial comments raised concerns with the height of the chimneys and the internal layout of the wash-up room. These are their most recent comments, which acknowledge these changes and are happy with those. They do still state they are of the opinion that the height of the staircase turret could be slightly reduced, but the bottom paragraph, I think, is clear that Historic England welcomes the revisions and retains a position of no objection to the scheme. If I can... The daylight, sunlight, as Councillor Thornborough pointed out, so a daylight study has been provided for Christ Lane during the process of the application, showing the impact during summer solstice, spring equinox and winter solstice. So this is the summer with the existing along the top row and proposed along the bottom. Being that the Bradwell's Court building to the opposite side of Christ Lane is predominantly to the south of the site, this is the main factor that overshadows Christ Lane itself. But it's acknowledged that the proposed library shown here does have an impact, especially within this 6 o'clock image here. The shadowing is considered to be mainly within the building of Christ Lane rather than Christ Lane itself at ground level. Officers therefore considered that the impact was not significant and acceptable. I will flick through. So that's the winter solstice, which shows little to no impact on that regard, and then that's spring, which is the same. I don't know if Eglay wants to add anything about the Christ Lane elevation compared to the existing.
Yes.
Just introduce yourself and say who you are, will you, before you speak?
Yeah, of course. Thank you. I am Egle. I am an urban designer for the Shared Planning Service. In terms of daylight sunlight, there was an amended daylight sunlight report submitted recently where the Christ Lane was assessed as an amenity in line with the BRE guidelines, and the report showed no change in the existing condition of the lane. Thank you.
And Paul, I don't know if, before I get on to the public benefits, it would be helpful for you to clarify the heritage harm from your point of view before I then go on to the public benefits.
Thank you. I'm Paul Robertshaw, Principal Conservation Officer. The two main heritage considerations in this application are the impact on the setting of the Grade 1 listed building and the character and appearance of the conservation area. And just quickly to refresh, heritage impacts could range on a spectrum from enhancements, they could be neutral impacts, they could be harm at a less than substantial level, lower level, or at a substantial level. So there's a spectrum of harm. In considering the existing building and the proposals, the existing building, in my view, is considered a broadly negative or neutral contributor to the conservation area and the listed building setting. And there are various issues behind that. The relationship to the listed building in Bath Court is uncomfortable, and it compromises the building setting in that area. There are elements in the landscape plant, modern structures that are decidedly negative in relation to the listed building. The Christ Lane elevation is perhaps more neutral because it's just a wall. In thinking about the proposal, in my view, the scheme which I support is an enhancement. It's a better building than existing, and it's a quality piece of architecture in my view. There are benefits to in heritage terms arising from a greater separation between the proposal and the Bodley Library. So space is opened up, which is at present a very awkward, not a pleasant junction. So a wider space between the new building and the old building, and a new bridge link, which would be higher quality. The elevation facing the listed building would be of much higher quality, aside from the fact it's taller and larger. The setting would be improved with a Bath Court becoming slightly wider. The modern structures, as I've mentioned, will be removed, so there's an opportunity for an improved landscape setting in Bath Court. That's very much in the college, inward looking, but that's also part of the conservation area, so I would consider that a conservation area enhancement. On to Christ Lane, again, I consider an enhancement in terms of the conservation area through a higher standard of architecture, effectively. A better quality facade with articulation and features and a certain level of activity. So in weighing these things up in the round, there are positives as I've identified, but there is also the undeniable relationship between the increased height, so whether the stair tower, particularly close to the Bodley Library, so the stair tower is of a height that, in my view, does slightly intrude on the setting of the listed building there. In my judgment, there is a low level of harm arising from that slightly awkward relationship and transition in height. Other aspects that I'd previously raised in terms of the height of the chimneys and internal works, I considered cause additional harm, but I'm satisfied that those elements have been revised, mitigated, so the harm now arises particularly from that stair tower and Bodley relationship. Thanks.
That's really useful, thank you. Thanks for that. I don't know if, so the design review panel meeting, do we have anyone to speak on behalf of that item? So I'm just going to, there's a lot of stuff in this report. I hope members have been able to read it thoroughly. But I was just, you know, that for example, I mean, there aren't any objections. I mean, you gave that detailed analysis there in terms of conservation, but your summation was no objection. There is no objection. And the design panel review meeting, which is a panel that assesses the design of schemes before they come to committee, and the sort of final sentences in conclusion, the panel applaud the scheme as an exemplary proposal. As the details develop, the panel believe the richness will be enhanced. And it's interesting, I mean, there's been a lot of criticism today from the speakers, but we do tend to demand and get really high quality schemes in Cambridge. We're really lucky in general. And that's not to say this is necessarily one of them, but it does seem to me to have a lot of good attributes to the way the scheme is laid out, especially as it faces the public domain, although I know there are criticisms of the height, which is fair enough. I get that too. Anyway, back to you, members. Councillor Thornborough.
So the officer was going to talk about versus the benefit, the harm versus benefit. He was going to talk about the benefit, I think.
Okay, fair enough. Let's do that then, shall we?
Thank you. Yeah, so just following on from what Paul concluded, essentially the officer view is that the overall heritage impact is neutral, but nevertheless there is harm to an aspect of the listed building, being the Bodley Library, as Paul stated. The relevant paragraph within the MPPF is therefore 215, which states that where development will lead to less than substantial harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset, this harm should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal, including, where appropriate, securing its optimum viable use. Officers consider that there is a significant benefit in the proposal securing the optimum viable use of the site as educational facilities for the college. As has been mentioned multiple times, the existing facilities are not considered to be adequate for the college's needs, and the proposal would help to meet the needs of the students. Notwithstanding that, there are some public benefits proposed, which officers considered to be the enhancement of the public realm along Christ Lane, in addition to the provision of the public bench, and then it was also mentioned the gate access onto Christ Lane is proposed to be designed as a piece of public art, allowing views through from the public realm along Christ Lane into the currently private space of Bath Court. A condition is proposed to secure details of the delivery of that aspect through the public art condition. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thornborough.
So some of the objectors have referred to a canyon effect, that this is creating a canyon effect. How can we, is that part of does that affect the setting? And I just wondered if does that affect the setting, is it creating a canyon effect? Is this causing harm? Is this canyon effect detrimental to the public space, or is it a negative effect that's as a result of creating more space for the students? And is this something that we need to weigh up? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I hope you won't mind me saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's a difficult question to ask the officer, is it creating a canyon effect? Because I think that's kind of for us to consider, really. But we can certainly talk around the subject between officers and members in this debate to decide what we think about that, whether we think it is a canyon effect or not.
I meant in terms of the heritage aspect of the assessment.
Thank you, Councillor. And just the other thing I would say is, in terms of harm, that word has been used a couple of times. Let's be clear what we mean by that. So you may want to say that yourself, Dominic, or refer to conservation, because it's a technical word in terms of conservation, isn't it, in terms of what harm means. So if you could respond to Councillor Thornborough, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I might defer to Paul just to clarify that.
Yeah, of course. The canyon effect is not a term I've used in my response. As I explained, the harm that, in my view, arises from the height of the stair tower, which is set back, so that doesn't have a direct relationship to a potential canyon impact. In terms of the conservation area, the height of the building directly onto Christ Lane is equivalent or lower to existing buildings, and then the taller elements on top of that do slightly set back. The chimneys are taller, but the chimneys are designed with reference to Cambridge College elevations across the city and are informed by a study of the kind of local area, which I think is the right way to approach it. In terms of the canyon effect, which has been mentioned, that's not something which has fed into my appraisal of any heritage harm.
Sorry, do you want me to clarify the definition of harm? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's less than substantial, that sort of thing. You know, I think we need to just be clear for residents, if not for members,
again,
what that all means.
Maybe a better place to describe it.
Yes, of course. So the term that's been used with reference to the officer conclusion recommendation is less than substantial harm. But as I was mentioning earlier, that the harm comes on a spectrum through enhancements and benefits, neutral impacts, less than substantial harm, through to substantial harm. And in the category we're talking about, less than substantial harm, we are advised to pitch a level within there. So there's a low, medium, high within that, and that's the policy guidance we're following. So within a sort of less than substantial harm, which is where officers have arrived, the assessment is it's towards the lower end of that. So it's harm. It's to be weighed against public benefits. It's to be considered a high test that should be taken very seriously, but it's at the lower end of that spectrum.
I mean, I understand that. I'm sure members do. Hopefully residents do as well, listening in. But I think it was pretty clear. Okay. Any more questions? Debate? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Councillor Thornborough.
Yes. I just sort of. Councillor Bick was asking that talking about modest embellishments in the lane, and to clarify and lock these in. I don't know how far that. I don't know how far that we could discuss that. I know that there's a proposed bench along quite a long length, and it's on the town side, if you like, and I think it's actually where the lane actually widens out a bit, and then that's where the bench is proposed, which if it's eventually that's the widest part of the lane, I think for maybe supporting people to spend a bit longer in that part of the lane may be a good idea. But I would have thought that I haven't checked the conditions, to be honest. I don't know if there is a condition about the detailing of the bench or any embellishments in the lane that might come forward that the officers would need to sign off.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Before we go back to you, Dominic, I'll add a bit to that. So, yeah, Councillor Bick gave quite a good, balanced analysis of the item, I thought, and that's often the case with ward councillors who actually are members in the ward. I thought that one thing he did say, though, was that one thing I got from my most recent visit to the site was that, well, he said that the windows were, you know, the openings in the proposal were higher up and not at low level. And I can't quite work out really from looking at the elevation whether those 4 big windows in the new part of the scheme are at first floor or ground floor level, or probably a mixture of both, maybe, I'm not sure. But they do seem to be fairly lowish. And what I thought when I was looking at the scheme, the most recent time was last night, actually, in the semi-darkness, that they would be an improvement to the current situation, because the current wall is quite dark and foreboding, and this would give some, I presume, some lights would spill out of those windows into the sort of the pathway there. So that might be an advantage, in fact. But I didn't know if you had anything to add on that, Dominic. And then also, just while I'm on the subject of this whole canyon approach, I don't concur with canyon myself. I think the width is to do with the width of the pathway and the height of the buildings, isn't it? And it's a judgment, I suppose. How wide is it and how high is it? Yes, it is fairly high on both sides if the proposal is built out. But it seems to me that the proposal goes up about 2/3 and then it cuts back, except the chimney. The 4 chimneys actually go straight up, of course. But that sort of texture in the built form, I think, gives a softening to that edge. It does. I mean, literally, you know, in terms of not going straight the way up to the top, but that sort of the facade that hits the pavement. So I thought not a canyon, in my opinion, but I can see that it's a bit taller than before. But then, members, I mean, when do we ever see a scheme come forward that's lower than the one there was before? This is the way of the world. Things get built bigger because the city is growing. It's a growing city, it's a growing university. We all need the space for whatever it is we want to build, for housing, for university buildings. So again, it's a balance between whether that's impinging on the public domain. But in my opinion, my walking up and down that, I mean, I live in Market Ward, so I walk up and down hundreds of times through the time I've lived in Cambridge. And I think it's acceptable from what I can see in that context. But that's you, Dominic.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll just share some more slides. Starting with Councillor Thornborough's point about securing any embellishments or public benefits along Christ Lane. The bench is shown on all of the plans as this sort of space, as you say, where Christ Lane widens towards the southern end. There's obviously relatively limited details, but it's a fairly simple structure as proposed. The public art condition was put on to secure details of the gate, which would be here, but there's nothing stopping the applicant providing additional details within that public art condition regarding the design of the bench as a form of public art if they wished. A combination as existing, so with the bench currently proposed and the gate was considered by officers to be sufficient public benefits, but again, if the applicant wishes, that's something they can do. Chair, if I could, this also shows the height of the windows approximately along Christ's Lane. I think they are be considered relatively high for ground floor windows, but that's a mixture of the privacy needed for a college library, but it also allows for views for pedestrians walking along Christ Lane, looking up at the windows into the library. Again, with the voids at the different levels, light will spill out through these windows, and views will also be allowed in through the windows into the library building. Officers don't consider there to be a canyoning effect. As you say, Chair, the building is undoubtedly taller, primarily as a result of the removal of the basement previously proposed. The floor area that was proposed within the basement is now proposed above ground level. This is taken from the design and access statement provided. The section of Christ Lane is shown at the top left here. Laser pointer. Showing the height of the buildings in relation to the width of Christ Lane, and just giving some comparisons to other college streets within the city, which are all somewhat comparable to the effect that would be experienced along Christ Lane. I don't know if Eglay has anything else to add on the canyoning effect.
Thank you. No, I think we agree with the view that the applicant has carefully considered the existing precedents in Cambridge City of where these sort of more narrow streets with a sort of more intimate nature, just how they appear and how buildings relate to the proportions of the streets as well. And in our view, that reflects a wider Cambridge context. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, officers. Toby wants to add something, and then I'll go to Councillor Dryden.
It's just to point you, councillors, to the public art condition and the hard and soft landscaping conditions. So they are on page 177, 178 of the officer report, conditions 13 and 15.
Right, thanks, Toby. Councillor Dryden.
Briefly, thank you, Chair. I don't know how much public views we're going to lose of other listed buildings in the area. I haven't gone and looked properly at it, but there is some other buildings. You said about the height, and in other previous applications when we've had talking about higher buildings and that, you actually said you didn't like tall and higher buildings, but now you've changed your mind. I've heard you make statements before where you didn't like high buildings, and you used to be quite strong on losing the views of areas when a high building gets put up, especially when it interferes with looking at listed buildings, parts of the historic Cambridge, and that hasn't been mentioned. Like what the public are going to lose out of the views out of this from the Rhys Street view. You just changed your view. You just gave us, you told us in the planning committee here your views just now, and it's opposite what you've said in other applications. I just wonder what made you change your mind.
Right, well, thanks for that, Councillor. I don't remember saying that, but yeah, thank you. I think you're referring, I suspect, to one of the applications or many of the applications for the hotel, the Varsity Hotel, isn't it? No, okay. Well, I suppose the thing is, it doesn't matter what you're referring to, but the bottom line is that each application is considered on its own merits, and so this is the application on the table today. You put your microphone on, please.
Just sorry, I weren't going to say too much on it, but I think we're going to lose a bit of view there, and all the things have been said. I agree with what the speakers have said about the how it's the light, the sunlight, and the tallness of that building, of the chimneys and that. And I was going along listening to it equally because I think a lot of it is good. I mean, inside the college, I see the pictures and the library and what you're going to do is good, but I still don't like the height. And we haven't gone into the details of what we're going to do. Just some of the applications come in, we seem to be not always the same with every application. We're not talking about what we're going to lose here. There is, I mean, do we need the chimneys that high? I don't know. But my concerns is now that sometimes you come up as a chair, you've got the privilege of saying what you want to do, and you're trying to say things which you're not consistent enough. I just wonder where now, you said you didn't like tall buildings, and you have said that a couple of times. And now all of a sudden you said you don't mind it. You're not consistent on your views sometimes, and you're trying to lead us on.
Well, I apologise if it feels as I'm trying to lead you on. I purposely do speak in committee in a way that's fairly random, so I'm not summing up, I'm not starting off, I just speak during committee with other members, so I really don't wish to lead anyone on. We all come to this committee as individuals, not having discussed the item together in terms of pre-meets and what we might want to say, and we all make our own decision on the day, and the decision is based on who votes what. So I dispute your suggestion that I'm trying to lead you on.
Chair, the only reason I'm making the point, I've made it before, you're the chair, I've been chair of this committee before, and there's lots of chairs. I've been on and off nearly 30 years on planning, and chairs normally chair the meeting, but sometimes you sit there more like an officer, giving us views of what you think. The views should come from the officers. You should be leading the committee, not trying to lead us into how we have to vote and change your views how you have done.
Right, okay, well, I think this debate has probably taken us away from the substantive today, and if we could have a discussion ourselves outside of this meeting about what you think about my chairing, and we can discuss that separately, I think, but that's not really pertinent to the item today, but thank you very much. Right, Councillor Illingworth.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So there's a balance to be made here between the benefits, which I think we all have to agree are to the benefit of Christ College. Somebody mentioned it was a private institution. It clearly isn't. It is an educational institution to which members of the public can apply and become undergraduates in. So there is a benefit there. There's a very slight benefit, I think, to the public realm along Christ Lane, in so much as they are the wall that's being proposed is certainly more interesting and will be of a lot lighter colour than the existing, and there's also a bench. We've got to set that, of course, against the height that's proposed and the chimneys, and the loss of light, possibly the loss of light, although I have to say it is on the north side of Christ's Lane, so it's not going to produce a huge amount of shading because of that, and indeed when the sun shines on it, that light will be reflected down, or some of it will clearly be reflected down. So I'm not convinced that there's the loss of light is a big issue. So it's really a balance between all the benefits and maybe some of the massing of the building as not being a benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Illingworth. I just want to get the officer to respond. I know it wasn't a direct question, but maybe if you want to talk about public benefit, what the scheme should or shouldn't or could deliver, and also, as Councillor Illingworth referred to, and the loss of light. I know we've been through the light study already, but just how is that person and what's the planning weight on all of that in terms of loss of light to the public domain and its environs?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, as Councillor Illingworth says, there is a balance to be made in that there is harm identified to an aspect of the overall Grade 1 listed college site. That being said, as Paul mentioned earlier, the overall heritage harm is considered to be neutral, in that the harm to the setting of the Bodleian Library is outweighed by other heritage benefits. Nevertheless, as I said previously, because there is harm identified to the heritage assets, public benefits need to be provided, including securing the viable use of the site. The public benefits, kind of as I set out in my report, are the enhancements to the public realm along Christ Lane, including the provision of a public bench and public art, with increased public views from Christ Lane and through. And given the overall neutral heritage impact, these are considered to be sufficient to outweigh the harm in the planning balance. The overshadowing, officers don't consider there to be any harm arising from overshadowing or loss of light. I've covered the impact upon Christ Lane itself. I think there was a daylight sunlight study provided regarding the residential units within the Bradwells Court redevelopment on the other side of Christ Lane, which identified a failure of the BRE guidance on one single window, but this already fell well below the BRE guidance because of the covered walkway to the front of the building. Officers therefore considered the overall overshadowing impact to be insignificant and acceptable. Thank you.
Right, thank you. So I've got Councillor Howard and Councillor Thornborough.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm really not convinced by the claimed benefit to the public realm in this application. I think if we're just talking about a bench compared to what is surely a, I assume, 100 million plus project, that seems very trivial and almost insulting to some residents. I should maybe, don't need to declare an interest as such, but I'm a member of Regent's House. I've been a student in Cambridge and I've also lived in Cambridge as a resident for 10 years, so I've sort of seen both sides. And one of the key criticisms, at the risk of making this a bit symbolic, of the city is that we're a divided city. We don't have enough ways of connecting the city, the residents in the city with the student body. And so any ways that maybe the applicant might bring back, if they need to, if this is refused, to improve that connection and to reduce the reputation of Cambridge as an unequal, divided city. I appreciated the comments about walls. I appreciated Councillor Smart's comment about surely there are ways to make it accessible without necessarily having brick in between. But I recognise also the privacy that students need to do their studies, to get on with their work. I remember those days, but I also feel this frustration at that separation. So I would very much invite the applicant to think about some ways that could be truly valid offers to the city in the public realm, because I really don't think a bench and a slightly prettier wall can be valid. I also really dislike the chimneys. I don't know why we got this idea that chimneys are beautiful. I know that's not a material consideration, but the material consideration would be the height and the shadowing, which, although may be minimal given the north facing, should be considered. And then the impact on the Grade 1 listed building that's been recognised. It's been recognised by the officers, mentioned that there is an impact. It may be low, it may be less than substantial, but it is still an impact. And I'm sure it's not outside the gift of the architects here to design something that is slightly smaller, slightly less imposing, and doesn't have any negative impact on the Grade 1 listed building, which is the real and historic core of that street. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to, I'm looking at 6.35 on the chimneys. I don't know if you've got to respond to that chimneys point and their importance, Dominic, or I can do it if you want. Maybe best if you do.
Yeah, I'm happy to, Chair. I note your point, Councillor. I think the chimneys are a material consideration in the design and appearance. If you, and of the view that they're not suitable as a design feature, that's a material consideration in the planning assessment. That being said, officers consider, as has been set out and as I discussed previously, the chimneys are there as taking a design note from other college streets within the city, other, albeit more historic streets within the city. And they do also serve a function to the proposed design through the ventilation and the lift shaft. Officers don't consider and haven't considered throughout the pre-application process that they're a negative design feature, and in fact they provide an interest and a regularity to the facade. Thank you.
Yeah, if I may use my chair's prerogative and take that a bit further, I know I've been criticised so far, but I mean, I think that chimneys in this way have been used for quite a few decades now in modern design to perform a ventilation function, and that's what's happening here. And they avoid the use of, sort of mechanical air conditioning systems, which is, a whole drive in terms of green buildings, making buildings use less energy and all that sort of thing. So they do have a function. It's not just about a look, although that has been mentioned in terms of how they compare with the existing buildings in Cambridge. Councillor Thornborough.
So I think we have I think that for me, some of the public benefit will be coming through if this goes ahead, the success for the students. I'd really like to understand how the well-being of the students is going to be improved by these different spaces. And it's not just this college, there are other colleges and places where students gather, where there's quite an emphasis on shared study space, and I think that's particularly for well-being. I don't think we've learned. I think there are very strong lessons from the pandemic that we don't talk about enough, and I think the way we interact, and this might be an example, I think is really important that we talk about, and I really hope that if this space is successful, I'd like to learn from that and, have feedback and, a proper report about the success. I also think my understanding that this is this college is actually much more open than some of the other colleges. I think you have free access into the open space. And I think I would really like the colleges that allow free access into the open spaces to actually promote that more. I think those who have not been part of the college system are very loath to go into the colleges through the past the porters, and I think where they are open, it needs to be promoted because some of them are such great spaces, and we need the open space more these days. So I really would like the college to do that, and other colleges. I think this building, it's been designed as a super low energy building and low water use building. And again, I think we need to learn lessons from that, and how these, not just the final building, but how they're actually built, particularly in tight urban areas like this. Personally, I quite like narrow streets as well. I love St Edward's Passage in the hot summer days we're getting. They're nice and cool. I know that the new wall that's being built, it goes up to the height of the existing eaves of the block that's being retained near Drummer Street. So it continues that line, and then there's a setback, but the chimneys rise on the same elevation. Unlike Councillor Howard, I do like chimneys, mainly because they actually are an expression of the design, the passive design for the heating. And what I really do not like that we get these days is flat roofs coming through. It's for where there are higher or high buildings, it's not the height necessarily, but the interest in what we get. And I think the form of the roofs are really important for as we look up and see the built form against the skyline. And so I like the chimneys, and it's good that I think it's important that this is part of the lessons about a passive design and that improvements. I would really like it, if this goes ahead, I would encourage that the existing wall is retained as much as possible and new openings are formed in the existing wall. And if they're not, if that wall is all taken down, I'd really like the materials, the bricks, to be reused as much as possible. And I think that's probably what the intention was, to reuse as much material as possible. But I think the most important thing is during the construction. I think that it has to be the public. I'm sure they know the public benefit, the public safety is absolutely paramount, and I think that it's really important that for in such a tight area that the contractors go out of their way to not just provide a good report, but to keep the ward councillors informed about what's happening and make sure that people are informed ahead of when there are big lorries or when the crane comes or when material's taken away. I think knowing in advance and being warned about extra disruption during that course is really paramount. And I know that the contractors can do that, and they've done that well in the city. I think if we don't ensure that that route is kept clear, and then that would be a failure. And I think that's really important that we don't. I do feel that even a bench, you can fail in a design of a bench, and I think I would feel that does need to come through with the detail to be agreed with the officers. Yeah, that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Good points, yeah, and especially on management and communication. The applicant is here. I'm sure they're listening to that. Okay, thank you. Todd Jones.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was partly following up the comments of Councillor Thorne, but I was going to speak anyway on, in terms of the construction, the demolition, the construction, the sensitivity and the constraints obviously this site is under. How important it is to get this right, so we have the confidence of the public in terms of this proposal. And I was thinking about Councillor Bennon's comments, and of course access and accessibility during construction down Christ Lane is really important. We've had many applications before this committee where we've had constrained, sensitive sites where we have to consider how construction is dealt with in a really, really careful way. I'm sure that applies just as much to this site as to others, without necessarily in any way wanting to oppose or make it difficult for the site to come forward. But the comments that Councillor Thornburg made in terms of how this is managed, the communication, the really proactive work during construction, the demolition, then the construction of the site, I think is really critical.
Righto, thanks, Councillor. Right, so I don't think there's any more debate. Oh yes, sorry, Councillor Howard.
Yeah, just to clarify, it's not a pathological hatred of chimneys. I'm just making the point that these particular chimneys are apparently very large, very tall, and maybe that's required for the heating system. Obviously, I would never want to reduce the sustainable credentials of a building, but I'm sure, again, there are ways to make it slightly more in keeping with the surroundings, slightly less obstructive, and minimise that impact on the nearby Class 1 asset.
Yep, thanks for that clarification, Councillor. Right, so I'm just looking at the planning balance slide online, Dominic, but I think it's run the wrong way. There's been a typo there, so perhaps if you could put the correct one up that shows approval over the approval things and refusal over the refusal things. Just so we can all be clear. I'm not looking at the wrong thing. And if there's no more debate, we'll go to the recommendation. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so just online, just to be clear, it says it the wrong way around. It says refusal over the longer list and approval over the short list. So, Toby, if you want to give us the recommendation then, please.
Thanks, Chair. So that's set out on page 173 of the agenda pack. The recommendation is to approve, subject to the planning conditions as set out below, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted, delegated to officers, and it's also subject to the amendment sheet revisions and additions to conditions as set out, which includes the new construction environmental management plan condition. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Toby. So recommendation is approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
For support the recommendation.
Thank you. Against?
2 are against the recommendation.
So the item is approved. Thank you very much, members, officers and members of the public, and all the speakers. Thank you. So we'll take a break now for lunch, 45 minutes. So if we come back at 1:30 then, please, for the next item. Presume everyone can hear me. Put your hand up if you can't. Okay. Right, make us live then, will you?
Good to go, Chair.
Right, okay. Next item is second of two from the last one, Christ College Library, and this is the next item on that. We've got speakers, so we did have Roger Hepfra, but he's gone, but someone, Sir Krista, is going to speak on his behalf, and I've accepted that as chair. And then we've also got Simon, who's going to speak as well for the applicant side. And then we've got Councillors Bennett and Bick, I think. Maybe not, though. Maybe they're done, because they might not. We'll see if they turn up. Okay, let's get going then. Let's have the presentation, please. Dominic, thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so this application follows on from the previous full application and seeks listed building consent at the same site, being Christ College off St Andrew Street, and is for the same proposal, so demolition of the 1970s library and replacement with new library and social study spaces, including reprovision of the bridge to the Bodley Library, alterations to the kitchen, upper hall and adjacent areas, including new plant, access improvements and alterations to the WC provision within the southeastern range of Second Court, along with re-landscaping of Bath Court, ancillary works, installation of temporary kitchen and dining facilities within Second Court for the duration of the works. There are no specific updates regarding this listed building consent other than those covered on the amendment sheet that members have sight of. Again, this is the same location plan as for the full application, so the application site denoted by red and the entire college site in blue line. And just to remind members that with the exception of this 1964 building, the rest of the college buildings here form the same single grade 1 listing, but vary in their age, the existing library being this blue 1976 building here. I'll now run through the main elements of the development that require listed building consent, but not planning permission. So the demolition of the existing library does require listed building consent because it falls under the part of the listing, but this was covered in the full presentation and assessed by members there. So these are purely the aspects of the scheme that need listed building consent. So the first is the alterations to the kitchen layout within the ground floor of the building. So a number of the existing dividing walls are being removed, so the existing plan on the left and the proposed on the right. So you can see, for example, in the chef's office here, this is being extended to form a wash-up area, and the pastry chef's office dividing wall being relocated. There's also the clearing of the northern section of Bath Court here, which is this wall's being demolished and cleared to provide the lift access that I spoke about previously. This is the internal works to the old combination room, which, as shown up here, is within the top right-hand corner of the first floor of the building. So a new lift, which is the same as I showed on the previous slide, extends up to the first floor with level access to both the old combination room here through these doors and out into the upper dining hall here. And these are just two images to show how that would look. So this is the new lift opening out into the upper hall and the stairs, new stairs going down into the lobby of the lift. And there's an existing opening and staircase here which is being closed up. This is a new doorway proposed within Bath Court. So again, in this plan here shown, it's in the northern end of Bath Court, opening up into the buttery. It's an old historic opening that has been bricked up previously. It's just sought to reopen this. The plan here, the images here, give you an example of the indicative appearance of this doorway, and this is where it would open up into the buttery here. There are new accessible toilets proposed with level access from Second Court at ground floor level, again shown here to the right-hand side of the ground floor. A new external ramp is proposed here into the space, and the plan on the right shows the new layout of the space with some of the dividing walls being removed. The yellow walls display those that are being demolished as part of the application. This is a plan showing the windows within the upper hall dining space, so back up to the first floor of the building. The lower windows labelled 3 here are new windows proposed within historic openings that have also been previously closed off. The other windows, so those labelled 1 and 2, have works proposed in them to improve their thermal efficiency whilst retaining their historic significance. And finally, this is the upper hall roof. So the roof of the dining hall is proposed to remove the current suspended ceiling that is revealing, or that is currently covering the historic timber framing you can see on the right-hand side. And just to conclude, both the Council's Conservation Officer and Historic England have raised no objection to the proposed development, and Officer recommendation is therefore for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Yep, thanks very much. Right, speakers. Let's first, you want to go to the sort of speaker thing at the back there, if you can. But let's go. Can you get? Yeah, the sort of, the public speaker ones. Those ones. Sorry to make you go in a roundabout way. Any one of those will do. No. Get one with the public speakers, then the camera will see you as well. So that's it. Where it says that. That's it. Thank you. So I'll just let you get settled. So you're speaking in objection to the scheme, and you've got 3 minutes. Okay, that's good.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Firstly, just before we come to the public speakers, Chair, 1, was there anything on the amendment sheet, and 2, were there any questions of clarification before we come to public speakers?
Thanks for that reminder, James.
Yeah, I covered the amendment sheet. There's stuff on the amendment sheet, but no other updates.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry to hold you up. Right, you've got 3 minutes.
So I'm going to start where we stopped with FUL. So the first challenge I'm going to bring is to the process, and the case officer mentioned neutral harm. And what he did for neutral harm was offset negative harm with positive harm elsewhere. This is not allowable under process, and this is misdirection. Under Section 66(1) and 72(1) of the Listed Buildings and Conservation Act, and is reaffirmed in paragraph 212 of the 2024 NPPF, great weight must be given to the conservation of designated heritage assets. Harm to an asset to the bodily library's exceptional significance, the Conservation Officer, Historic England, and Victorian Society have all recognized there will be harm at a level of less than significant. Any harm to a grade 1 listed building cannot be offset or neutralized by alleged benefits elsewhere. That reasoning is unsupported by policy. Even less than substantial harm to a heritage asset of very high significance must be afforded great weight, and this has legally been established. Established case law, Barnwell Manor Wind Energy Limited versus East Northamptonshire, DC 2014. This confirms that such harm carries a strong non-tradable presumption against approval. So that's the first procedural challenge I will bring, saying that neutral impact is not allowable under law, under planning policy. It has to be recognized that there is less than significant heritage benefit harm. The reason this is important is that under law, this has to be weighed under public benefit. Clearly, there is unsubstantiated public benefit. There was no discussion of any public benefit that was weightable against heritage harm of such great weight. Secondly, I would bring challenges to the PPA process. During the PPA process, there were at least 2 mistakes. One was there was a failure to acknowledge that Christ Lane is an asset under the Historic Core Appraisal 2016. The applicant submitted that it was not covered by Historical Core Appraisal 2016. This is demonstrably false, was not called out by any of the case officers or the conservation officer during the PPA. That's a failure of process. And the other failure of process of PPA was that the daylight, sunlight, and overshadowing assessment is required under the Cambridge Local Validation Checklist. This was not produced under the PPA. This is a breach of the BRE 2011 and Local Plan Policy 58, altering buildings. Only after it was open to public consultation was the submission possible. This is still incomplete. Winter and summer was shown. The rest of the year was not shown. This is in breach of BRE 2011. I would ask for rejection on the basis of procedural error in identifying heritage harm, which needs to be offset against public benefits.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much. So if you want to turn your microphone off then, please. Thanks very much. So next speaker is Simon. We're speaking on behalf of the applicant. Thank you. So you've got 3 minutes as well. Thank you, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make 5 quick heritage points. First, the Bodley Library. The present building crowds the Bodley Library. The new building gives greater standoff, so a heritage plus. Second, the new building does not disturb the ground. Around the 1976 site are some very fragile Grade 1 listed buildings. If the ground were to disturb, it is likely that they would need underpinning, which would be a massively disruptive process. Third, we have achieved this design to give accessibility across the whole of that quadrant of the college. And this has not raised any heritage concerns, so that is another plus. Fourth, this 1976 building sits unhappily between Grade 1 listed buildings from the 16th century, the 19th century, and 1913. The new building connects and draws together these different assets more successfully than the one it replaces. And last, the new design corrects some architectural damage from the past. We saw the picture of the ancient doorway into Bath Court, that will be opened. We saw the roof of Upper Hall, that will be opened. And we saw the windows into Second Court, at present blocked, they will be opened. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon. Okay, so I've got Councillor Bennett. I don't think she's online and not here. No, okay. And Councillor Pick, neither here. Okay, so that's it then. We're on to questions of clarification. I think they might have listed themselves to speak because of the last item, and maybe they put themselves on both, but they didn't feel they needed to speak on this one. So questions for clarification. Yes, Councillor Thornborough.
You're very careful about listening where minor elements of demolition, like opening up the old doorway. What about the removal of the existing library? That's part of, it's listed by being connected to the important historic buildings. Is the removal of that covered by the full planning application and therefore is not included in this? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Dominic?
Thank you. Yeah, it technically falls under both applications. As you say, it forms part of the listing, so its demolition requires listed building consent, but as covered in the full application, the existing building is considered a negative impact on the surrounding heritage assets, so there's no objection to its removal, and then there's therefore no objection to its removal as part of the listed building consent as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, just before we move on, in terms of clarification, I saw you making notes on the speakers. And if there's anything you wanted to clarify from the speakers, perhaps especially there was a lot of detail in the first speaker's statement. Perhaps you could just clarify anything there that needs to be clarified. I made some notes myself, but I think you've probably got them more better than me.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's important to note that a lot of the points seemingly don't relate to the listed building consent and probably fall under the full planning application. The listed building consent is only concerned with the impact on the listed building and its historic value. I may defer to Paul for a response on the precise impact on the Grade 1 listed building, but I think a key difference in officers' view is that the impact and the harm identified to the Bodley Library is a single part of an entire listing, which is the Christ College site, and therefore that the harm to the Bodley Library can be weighed against other enhancements to that same listing. But I'll pass over to Paul and see if he has anything else to add.
Thank you. So we're looking at the listed building consent, so that would concern works affecting the fabric, the character, the special interest of the listed building. It wouldn't concern development within its setting. The development affecting its setting was covered under the full. So we're concerned with physical alterations, which includes the demolition and the internal works. And on the assessment which has been set out, there is no harm identified from those works. They are on the whole positive or justified in terms of access or other reasons. So in terms of the listed building consent, the balanced judgment is there is no harm.
Thank you very much. Right, members, any debate? Yes, Councillor Thornborough.
I don't know whether, I think one of the part of the character of older buildings is that they've changed over time. And I think part of what we can do is record what we know about the history, and I think there would have been quite a lot of research for this. And I don't know whether, and there would be a heritage statement or maybe a conservation plan for this. And I think I think it's really important to, any changes need to be recorded in drawn form and photographs, et cetera, as part of the document for sort of ongoing resource for this building, this project, and typically for other listed buildings. So I hope that's being done and will continue to be done. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Any more? Yeah, I'll just ask the question about the building proposed and this particular application. So in works with heritage buildings, I mean, in a very sort of brash way, that you can sort of differentiate between interventions that are done to bring a modern intervention into an old set of buildings, or the other side of things in the extreme example is to sort of try to replicate or renew, do in a new way something that was there before, like the door, for example. It looks like the door is very much attempting to be an old door, but it's actually a new door. It's not trying to pretend to be a modern door. Well, not pretend, it's not trying to be a modern door, it's just a door as would be seen to do that. So I don't know if you, Dominic, wanted to comment on that in terms of how this proposal attempts to put those things together in the scheme, or whether the Conservation Officer wants to comment. I'm sure the Conservation understands what I'm getting at in that argument.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a good point. There are various interventions here, and the listed building itself is the whole court. It's a range of period styles, and on the whole is highly significant. The part that we consider not significant is the existing library, so hence finding no issue with its demolition. There are other elements there, so for example the block door which would reopen, the blocking of the door and the treatment to its setting is pretty unpleasant, quite detrimental. So there is a real positive enhancement to actually clearing that space, opening the door. So that's a sort of a win. The ceiling, so opening the ceiling, that's the fact it's got a suspended ceiling across it was I think probably a bad decision of its time, and being able to open that up is a real opportunity. So that's positive. Some of so for example, where the lift is being inserted into the building, there was, because of this, the complexity and sensitivity of the building, there was a question over what's impacted by that, what's in the way of that. So there have been opening up, areas have been opened up and inspected to check what's in there, and we've confirmed there's nothing that is of particular value that would be lost or damaged through the insertion of the lift. So that's obviously quite important to understand that. There's an access intervention on the landing in the older building, and we've asked for details of that as part of the sort of final decision, just to ensure that that's correctly detailed. And that's got a real advantage in terms of the access benefit it brings. I hope that helps. It's a sort of mixed picture.
Thank you. Anything else, Dominic?
I was just going to come back on Councillor Thornborough's previous, it wasn't particularly a question, but there is a condition recommended on the list of building consent regarding recording of the works undertaken, with a report to be submitted within a year of completion of works.
Okay, thanks, Dominic. Okay, Mr. Thornborough.
Sorry, I just want to, we had an objector came and spoke about harm versus public benefit, and also raised some points about the PPA process for the previous. I think this relates more to the full application, and I think in my own mind I was very clear about harm versus public benefit, but I think the points raised about the PPA process, which I think that should be addressed outside of this committee, because I think the objector was very articulate and clear about some concerns, and I think they need to be addressed, in my opinion, if that's okay. But I would suggest after the meeting as a letter or whatever, however the officers feel that would be appropriate. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. And just on whether the comments by the speaker refer to the previous item or this item, I think there was a bit of overlap there. Dominic, I don't know if you wanted to say any further about those comments. I mean, what you said was some of them referred to the previous item, but maybe you could be a bit kinder and sort of understand that some of them might relate to both almost, or maybe that's the wrong thing to say, kinder, but is there anything else you want to say in relation to those items? Because the speaker was very articulate and but a lot of good comments, so it'd be good to sort of respond to them if we possibly can.
Yeah, I think, as I said, some of the aspects relate to the previous application, and Paul clarified regarding the harm which we spoke about on the previous application to the setting of the listed building. As Paul said, impact on the setting of a listed building is not a consideration for a listed building consent application. But I think we explored that under the previous application, including, as Councillor Thornborough said, balancing that with the public benefits.
That's fair enough, thank you. Okay, any more debate, or should we go to recommendation? Okay, recommendation then, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 235 of the agenda pack, and that is to approve subject to the planning conditions as set out, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted, delegated to officers.
Okay, thank you, Toby. Recommendation is to approve. All those in favour of that recommendation?
For support the recommendation.
Those against?
3 do not support the recommendation.
Okay, thank you very much. So the item is approved. Are we okay to carry on with the next item, members? Yeah. So thanks to the speakers and members on that. So item 8 is Crossways House. I think so Alice is presenting this. Hi, Alice. And we've got speakers. So there's Nick, objector, and Chris for the applicant side. Right, so let Alice get settled there first to present it. Oh, we've also got Councillor Swift, who's going to speak as well. So just to be clear, the case officer listed, Karen, unfortunately couldn't come today, and so Alice is kindly presenting it for us. I'm just setting up now, and then we'll go through the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. So, am I right to start? Is everyone ready? Yeah. Cool, thank you. So the application is at Crossways House, 176 Chesterton Road in Cambridge, and it's for the temporary change of use of Crossways House from student accommodation to sheltered accommodation for those people experiencing homelessness. So just draw members' attention to the amendment sheet, which details and summarises the Sandy Lane Residents Association letter, and 2 new representations which focus on matters already raised and addressed in the officer's report. The applicant has also provided a letter from Cambridge City Council Homeless Prevention and Solutions Manager, which is also covered in the amendment sheet for members to have a look at. So the application site is on the southern corner of Chesterton Road and Elizabeth Way and currently comprises a 2-storey building with modern extensions to the rear. The building is currently vacant. The site is in a controlled parking zone. It is close to the Hawthorne Way Neighbourhood Centre, which is just over here. The site is also situated adjacent to the Chesterton Conservation Area and a Grade 2 listed building at Chesterton Hall, which is just here. Immediately adjacent to the site to the west here is a hotel / B&B with residential dwellings further along Chesterton Road and along Sandy Lane. So this is an aerial image of the site. This is the site here. And then this is the B&B. And then residential dwellings along Sandy Lane and Chesterton Road. So I just thought I'd put some photos of the site up. So this is from Chesterton Road. This is from Elizabeth Way. I'm sure members are familiar with this roundabout. This is the view along with Elizabeth Way. The building projects, has modern extensions to the rear. And this is Sandy Lane here. You see just the back of the 2-storey bit here is this building here, and that is attached with a 1-storey extension here. So this is from within the site. This is within the courtyard, the external amenity area, and you'll see that there's patio furniture here. I just thought I would highlight the constraints again on the constraints map. So this is the listed building, this is the conservation area, the neighbourhood centre, and this is the site here. So the proposal, the application seeks to temporarily change the use of Crossways House from student accommodation to sheltered accommodation for people experiencing homelessness. The building would provide 20 ensuite bedrooms, and the use would be for a temporary 5-year period. There are no external changes proposed. The accommodation would be managed by It Takes a City, which is a charity that provides a range of support services to homeless people in Cambridge to move away from rough sleeping on the street to permanent accommodation. The accommodation will be only for single individuals over 18 and will be used and managed differently in summer and winter months. So in summer months, from April to October, the building will be used as sheltered accommodation for those experiencing homelessness. Occupiers referred from the Cambridge City Housing Team as a single person in priority need due to mental or physical health, who would alternatively be housed in hotel or B&B accommodation. The occupiers would not be high risk. The individuals would be supported by 2 members of staff during working hours, the Deputy Support Service Manager and a support worker, and then there would be specially trained security staff for 6 hours on Friday and Saturday nights. The residents would be supported to find more permanent accommodation, so the length of stay would vary over the April to October time period, depending on the availability of alternative accommodation. But occupants would have to leave before November, where the premises would then change into emergency sheltered accommodation. So in winter, as I said, from November to March, the buildings would be used for emergency sheltered accommodation. Unlike in summer months, the occupiers would potentially have complex needs. And in severe weather periods, an additional 3 people could be accommodated in the communal areas for a short period of 3 to 7 days. The individuals would be supported by 9.5 staff members, some of whom would also work across other sites. On site, there'll be 2 support service managers, a support worker, a volunteer coordinator. So on site, there would be 2 support service managers, a support worker, a volunteer coordinator, and a food and housekeeper. There would also be specifically trained security 24 hours, members of staff 7 days a week, 1 person in the day and 2 people at night. So these are the proposed and existing floor plans. B's mean bedroom and C is for communal space, and staff-only areas are SO. So you see that there is a communal space for individuals to congregate, as well as support. These are the areas where support may take place as well. There is obviously an external amenity space here, which is accessed via the communal areas and down a side passage from Chesterton Road. So these are the proposed and existing elevations. As I said, there are no external changes to the property. So the key planning considerations are the principle of development and need, amenity, impact on surrounding occupiers with respect to noise and disruption, amenity for future occupiers in terms of the internal space standards and the planning balance. So as the proposed building would change from student accommodation to sheltered accommodation, there would be a temporary loss of student accommodation, which Policy 46 seeks to prevent against. However, the loss would be temporary and the proposed use would provide much needed accommodation for homeless people, with the building operating as an emergency shelter in winter. Evidence shows there is a demonstrable need for this type of accommodation to support homeless people, with homelessness increasing each year, and there is a reliance on temporary B&Bs to house homeless people. The proposal would increase the supply of specialist accommodation for the homeless in a sustainable location close to transport links and services, with the on-site support needed to help people get resettled into more permanent accommodation. Therefore, officers consider the principle of development acceptable. Concerns have been raised in relation to antisocial behaviour, increased crime, loss of privacy and noise and disturbance by third parties. It's important to note that the neighbouring property directly adjacent to the boundaries of B&B and the closest residential neighbours are on Sandy Lane and this part of Chesterton Road. Chesterton Road is a busy, well-lit main road into the city, and the lawful use of the premises is for student accommodation, which would have resulted in a significant activity on and around the site, which in itself could lead to noise and disturbance. The development is not considered to significantly intensify the level of noise and disturbance to an unacceptable level, albeit the nature of its use and future occupiers are very different to those of students. As detailed earlier, the proposed package of management on site is quite well rounded. There would be at least one experienced manager, at least one support staff on site during working hours, and then there would be security on site 24 hours a day in winter and on Fridays and Saturday nights in summer. To ensure effective management and reduce the impact of noise and disturbance on residential amenity, officers are therefore recommending a management condition. So in terms of future occupiers, there are no specific internal space standards for this type of accommodation. However, all bedrooms would comply with the residential space standards, apart from one which marginally falls below this standard. There is a reasonably sized communal living and dining space, noting the number of occupiers. and the external amenity space with a number of patio tables and covered areas to congregate, both inside and outside. Taking this into account, officers considered that there would be a good standard of amenity for intended occupiers, noting their specific needs. So in terms of the planning balance, the development would provide specialist housing in the form of sheltered accommodation for 20 people experiencing homelessness, where there is demonstrable need in a sustainable location, which is given significant weight in the planning balance. There have been many objections to the scheme. However, the proposal is not, with appropriate management, considered to result in an adverse effect on amenities of neighbours through antisocial behaviour. It wouldn't be considered to increase in crime or a loss of privacy or undue noise and disturbance to neighbours. Considering the wider social benefits arising from the scheme, officers consider it could not be reasonably refused planning permission. Whilst a degree of harm to be established, residential amenity may arise. Officers consider that there is sufficient control to mitigate against any significant harm arising, as the permission would be temporary, so can be reviewed at a later date, and a management plan will be conditioned. Therefore, officers' recommendation is one of approval subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alice. So speakers, first up is the objector. So Leslie, are you here today? Yeah. Are we going to do clarification? Oh, yes, sorry, I forgot the clarification things again. Sorry, mate, just sit down a minute. I forgot to do the clarification points. So any points of clarification, members? Apologise. Yeah, Councillor Thornborough.
My understanding is that this accommodation has already been used for emergency accommodation for homeless during the winter months, and that wasn't mentioned. So my understanding is there's some established use, whether they've got consent, pre-planning consent or not. There is experience of the emergency homeless use in the building already. Can we just have that clarified? Thanks.
Yes, certainly, Councillor. Alice?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it has been used as sheltered accommodation previously for a period of approximately 4 years. However, its lawful use is for student accommodation. Thank you.
Thank you. Who was next? Councillor Illingworth, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just following on from Councillor Thornborough's question. So, do we know if the experience of neighbours when they complain about loss of amenity relates to the time that it previously has been used as an emergency shelter? And can you just clarify if this is coming for planning permission now? Did it not have planning permission previously?
Right, thanks for that, Councillor. Just turn your microphone off, will you, Bob, please? Turn your microphone off. Thank you. Yeah, Alice.
Thank you. My understanding, and please bear with me because I wasn't the original case officer for this one, I'm standing in for my colleague Karen, is that there wasn't previous planning history on site for sheltered accommodation. This is the first proposal to change the use of it in recent history. In terms of third-party concerns, having read a few of them myself, they do mention times where it was used as sheltered accommodation and the impacts that they experienced in that time.
Right, notwithstanding Alice standing in for Karen, did you get the answer that's sufficient for that, or should we delve deeper with Toby maybe? Bob, do you want any more on that, Councillor Illingworth?
No, I think that's sufficient, thank you.
Right, thank you. Any more questions of clarification? No? Okay, right. Leslie, you're up. Sorry about that. So you get 3 minutes to speak. If you press the thing in front of you on the right-hand side, it will light up red. That's it. So 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes, the big ding will go to let you know you're coming to the end. So when you're ready.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Council, the Planning Officer's report relies on one key claim,
that the use of Crossways House is not, with appropriate management, likely to result in an adverse effect on neighbours. But that's not a planning fact, it's an opinion. There's no data, no enforceable undertakings, and no record of effective management to support it. The phrase "with appropriate management" admits that harm will occur unless management is constantly on alert. We know what's happened before at Crossways House and its surroundings: homicide, antisocial behaviour, intimidation, trespass, drug use and dealing, alcoholism, voyeurism, all causing real distress to neighbours and local businesses. To dismiss that history as unsubstantiated is to ignore genuine evidence of harm already suffered. That leaves the community exposed and raises the question, who will deal with the consequences? The police are already overstretched. They can't respond to what's called low-level crime, but for residents, it's deeply unsettling. If Crossways House again becomes a gathering point for rough sleepers or people in crisis, then Chesterton Road and Sandy Lane will bear the impact. Families, children, older residents and their grandchildren will see their sense of safety eroded and their neighbourhood changed. Before permission is granted, the committee should insist on a proper management plan with 24/7 on-site security, approved now, not later, independent monitoring, and a residents' liaison group, because a phone number on the gate isn't the same as taking responsibility, and clear penalties if conditions are breached. Until those safeguards are in place, the fair and proportionate decision is refusal, or at least deferral, until there's a real evidence that the use of Crossways House can be safely managed. Councillors, please stand with the residents. The vote for a decision that truly protects our community. Thank you.
Right, thanks very much, Chris. I'll turn your thing off yet, thanks. So next speaker is Chris. You're speaking for the applicant side. Chris, hello. Yeah, so you get 3 minutes as well, same. And if you press the thing on, that's it. So after 2.5 minutes, the bell will go to let you know it comes to the end, and then 3 minutes, that's it.
Good day, Chair, etc. For 5 winters, we have worked with the council to provide vacant student accommodation for rough sleepers. We provide individual ensuite rooms with 24/7 security, support and or meals. Crossways was first used in the winter of 2021-22 and each winter since with a structured management plan. During this time, no objections were received. In 2024, the project was the first in the country to receive the Housing Justice Gold Award for quality. Up to 50 rough sleepers are supported each winter. Partner housing providers help our residents move on to next steps accommodation, freeing up rooms for new people. Crossways was initially licensed by the council and then by us each winter. We have now agreed terms for a 10-year lease from the owner. This prompted the need to regularise the planning position for the project, and I pay tribute to planning officers for their diligence and speed in bringing their report today. The lease gives further opportunities to work with the council in the summer for the benefit of those who are owed a housing duty, who might otherwise be placed in unsuitable and unsupported B&Bs, often outside the city. We respect the concerns from residents, but we struggle to correlate these concerns with the history of the use and police evidence on the pattern of ASB and criminality. If there are nearby incidents, our team is called upon to assist, being very well respected by the police and other local agencies. We are happy to provide further assurances and means of contact. Our management plan for this winter continues. 24/7 security from Evolve Guarding, with 2 officers present overnight, an on-site team of 5 staff, teams of volunteers in cleaning, catering and resident engagement, drawn from a pool of 100 trained volunteers. Residents occupy under a licence and are rough sleepers who are referred by the council in consultation with us and partner agencies. In the summer, we will have an on-site staff of 3, supported by weekend security patrols from Evolve Guarding. Referrals will be from the council, whereas statutory housing duty requires temporary accommodation, and residents again occupy under a licence. Strict rules are enforced as to behaviour and respect. This is a well-established, award-winning project that brings together a large number of stakeholders to do better for those who end up sleeping rough, saving them from an early death and giving the best chance to rebuild lives away from the street. It also provides a summer opportunity for those on a good pathway where the temporary accommodation they are entitled to is expensive, hard to find and unsupported. We are doing everything we can to make Cambridge a city where no one has to sleep rough. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thanks very much, Chris. So finally, we've got Councillor Swift, your ward councillor. You've got unlimited time to speak, Councillor.
Thanks very much, Chair. I've been in conversations with the previous speaker, Leszek Jakubowski, as a local ward councillor in West Chesterton, which is where Crossways is. And I think one of the most important things is the points that he raised about proper management plan, residents liaison group participation, and penalties if things actually don't work out as they're supposed to. I think that's got to be taken really seriously and has got to be acknowledged. There is a lot of disquiet and concern as a result of recent events in Crossways and next door. And I think that reassurance is what we must be looking for, and working with the local residents, many of whom have lived in their houses on the eastern end of Chesterton Road for 40, 50 years in some cases. It's a very settled community, and it needs to be recognised that we mustn't impose something without their participation. Coming on to the next thing, It Takes a City. I've just had a brief word with Liz Silver and Chris Jenkins from It Takes a City, talking about the reassurances that they've been given, that they've just given, 2 guards at night, 1 a day, 3 and 4 staff, the Gold Award that they received last year. They are a professional organisation, a charity, and I think that they are aware of the imperative to actually make sure that residents are involved. I mean, personally, I'd be very happy to try and bring It Takes a City and the Sandy Lane and Chesterton Road Residents Association together to try and have a meeting that hasn't been able to take place up until now. I think that would be a very positive way of moving forwards. I think what this does show, finally, is that complex support needs really need massively more funding from central government, and that's something that we ought to be looking forward to in the near future to try and get this long-term situation eased and working forward together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Right. Did you want to pick up at all anything, Alice, on anything the speakers have said before we get into debate? Like, for example, a proper management plan. Yeah, mostly. I think there were a few items there, but anything you noted that needs commenting on?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So as It Takes a City, the applicant has mentioned there has been an independent audit by the Housing Justice of the operation of the hostel, and it did receive a gold quality mark award. And in terms of the police investigations on the hostel in general, there has been obviously liaison with police, and they have considered the hostel environment, procedures and staff response suggest that it remains a safe and supportive environment for residents. And at no point did they consider it necessary to close the hostel following the recent incidents. So I just wanted to highlight that. In terms of Councillor Swift's recommendation or comments regarding community engagement, I think just looking at the management plan condition which is recommended, there is a review mechanism for the operation of the approved management plan. But if members wanted to adjust the wording of that condition to include kind of community engagement, then I don't see a reason why that couldn't happen, subject to obviously discussion with Vanessa and Toby on that.
Sounds good to me. Just also, I think you sort of answered it there, but just to be clear, one of the speakers talked about the report offering an opinion on the safety of the proposed setup. So is it an opinion?
I mentioned two things. So there was an independent audit from the Housing Justice, and then there was obviously liaison with police. A police statement has been provided to us in support of the application where they detail that the hostel environment, procedures and staff were considered safe and supportive for residents, and they didn't see it necessary to close the hostel following the instances that people have mentioned that have happened in and around the hostel. Hope that's clear.
Yeah, that's clear, thank you. So just before we go to debate, just to say that It Takes the City, the organisation, is part funded by Cambridge City Council, so that needs to be declared. But this committee is a part of the Joint Planning Service, it's a quasi-judicial committee. The decisions we make are separate to that. So I think that's clear to me. I hope it's clear to everyone else. So let's get into debate then. Who wants? Yeah, Councillor Thornborough.
So, this is a planning committee, and normally if there is a management plan, or there may be statute, we make an application may go to consultees who have, and it can influence the management plan. So an HMO, we might have someone who deals with licensing to comment on the management plan. But the condition that we have is just for the management plan to go to the planning department, planning service. And I'm not sure that the planning service has the right expertise within the officers to decide whether a management plan for an emergency homeless shelter is adequate or not. So that's one thing. And then another thing is, again, under planning, how would we enforce an appropriate management plan? I'm not aware that under planning that we've done anything like that before. So I'm concerned about the kind of levers that we have to ensure that the management plan is as good as it can be and that is enforceable. So my understanding is that there is actually no current legislation about running a homeless shelter, what standards it should be to. So I might be wrong on that, but I thought that that various governments have been wanting to bring forward legislation in the same way as we have legislation for HMOs, but I believe that there's none for the standards required for a homeless shelter. And that does make me worried. I think that, for all the assurances that are given, I think that if you come off the streets and you go into accommodation, that you would expect to be safe. And I'm really concerned that there has been a homicide in this place, and that there should never be such, I just think that shows a level of something really serious happened, and you would not, you should be, the safeguarding that should be in place should have prevented anything like that happening. And going forward, there must be things in place to ensure that anyone using that accommodation, and they could be vulnerable people, never put in the position where that there may be that level of aggression. And that means the safeguarding, the staff experience and qualifications needs to be right. And my concern is, how are we going to assess a management plan that will ensure that? And then there is, I also think that a really well-run organisation will be able to help with antisocial behaviour that might happen outside of the accommodation that we're talking about. So there needs to be some control about beyond the building that will affect the residents. And again, it's a very difficult one, but the management plan needs to protect residents as well as those within the accommodation. And I would really like to feel certain that this management plan can be as rigorous as possible so that the safeguarding can be relied upon. Thank you.
Yeah, very good points, Councillor. Any more? Anybody? Okay, I'm going to go back to you then, Alice. You had some points about expertise, enforcement and homicide or death on the premises. And the other one I'm going to put to you together with those is 21 of the 22 representations were in objection, and one of the top matters was the temporary use for 5 years. So would it be fair and reasonable to consider a different period of being temporary, so less than 5 years? And if so, what would a reasonable number be for, not a reasonable number of years for the applicant, 1, 2, whatever, or is 5 really the number we need to sort of consider here? I presume that councillors can consider a different number of years for temporary use. But if you could reply to Councillor Thornborough first, please.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms, obviously, as you've mentioned, there has been instances both in and around the hostel when it was operating as a hostel. The police investigated the incident and have provided a statement to the council, which is online on the application file. And it says that instances of this nature are extremely rare and could occur in any setting. Based on the circumstances, it would have been very difficult to foresee or prevent this particular event. As I mentioned previously, they also said that the hostel's environment, procedures and staff response suggests that it remains safe and supportive for residents. And at no point did police consider it necessary to close the hostel following the incident. I think it's a really important point that you raise, in terms of safety of both the occupants and the surrounding residents. Obviously, we as the planning authority, we're somewhat limited in our control of that. But obviously, most of that lies with other agencies. The charity It Takes a City will be liaising quite closely with the council housing and homelessness team. They will be regularly visiting the premises to help with resettlement of the residents. So obviously the council will have an understanding of how it's being run alongside the management plan, which will obviously be subject to further and thorough review when it is submitted for discharge via the condition if members are minded to approve the application. In terms of whether we can consult other people on that condition and that management plan, I don't see why we can't. But if you could be specific on who you would like to be consulted, that would be helpful. So we can take a note of that, write it within the condition or put it as an informative if members are minded to approve. In terms of the enforcement of the management plan, it obviously is like any condition. We have the powers to enforce if it's not being managed in the way that we, in accordance with the documentation that we have approved. Obviously, this is quite a complex management of the site is complex. Obviously, there has been an independent audit which has suggested that it's been running when it has been running very well. So there's no evidence to suggest that it hasn't been run well that we have access to. And then in terms of the time period, the description of development doesn't reference a specific time period. My opinion, unless Toby corrects me, is that we can look at that time period if members wanted to shorten it for a review period. Obviously, that's subject to Vanessa as well, the legal officer. I know that, obviously, slightly related, but other sites across the city where it's been more move-on accommodation. I'm thinking those modular homes on Newmarket Road or Barnes Close, those kinds of models. I think the time periods were between 3 and 5 years. So I think it depends on what members consider acceptable. But obviously that's subject to the discussions happening now between Toby and Vanessa. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, Alice. I've got a couple of points on that, but I'll let Councillor Thornborough come back first.
So the applicant said that this accommodation was licensed by the council. Does that mean the accommodation goes to the licensing committee? And I just want to know what enforcement powers the council have. If they're providing a license, does that help our planning situation, that we would be working with officers who have given an actual license? Because in that case, there will be standards through the licensing process, because we, again, like in the same way as when we deal with HMOs, there's a licensing process, and we know that certain standards, we don't have to worry about those because they're done by licensing. And I think if this is licensed by the council and there is that regime already in place, then that would give me a bit more confidence about the situation that the planning service might be in. Thank you.
Righto. Do you want to reply to that, Alice, or was that for Toby? Toby looks like, yep. There you go then.
I don't know the answer to that question, Councillor, I'm afraid. It might be a question of clarification from the applicants directly if it is a strong point and matter of fact that they could confirm or not, but I don't know the answer to that question.
Right. Is the applicant able to answer that question? Yes or no? Yes, you are. Come and say what the answer is then in the public speaker thing, please. Ideally, just yes or no, but if you want to say a couple of words, but don't speak too much.
By the word licensed, I meant it was licensed from the lessee. So they took a license for the winter to provide accommodation, and we managed it. And after 2 years, it swapped around. So we took the license from the lessee and continued to manage it under a contract with the council. So I apologise for the confusion over the word licence. I was talking about...
Thanks very much. That'll do. Turn the microphone off. Thank you very much. That's your answer, Councillor Thornborough. Anything else? Yep.
So it's a licence regarding the property. But I do think that I would suggest that the condition regarding the management plan should be taken away by officers, and that there needs to be an agreement with someone beyond the planning service that the management plan is right. I don't know who else we would need to be consulted on that. We want the best management plan, and I don't know what standards that we can expect it to be in. Where are there some really good examples that we can compare to? So I can't suggest how we should amend the condition, and I would suggest that the officers this needs to be looked into a bit further to ensure that it's robust. Thank you.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because we could do some expert guidance here besides the expert case officer, obviously, who's the general sort of our point of call on these things. But some more help would have been useful. Just before I go to Councillor Dryden, and I think Toby might want to say something as well. I'm not sure. Can I just check what Councillor Thornborough said there, then, Alice? So, in terms of expertise, in the planning service. Is the planning service, I think you sort of answered this, but able to deliver that expertise, or could it buy that expertise in, or can it get it from other parts of the city council, i.e. in their ASB team or whatever? I don't know if there's expertise there. I really don't know whether we've got that or not. And then on enforcement, I presume, you've never said it, but I presume what you alluded to was that if something went wrong, that the permission would just be taken away and the setup wouldn't be able to operate anymore. So there's that. Yeah, that was it. Thanks. Oh, and finally, on the number of years, so I was just thinking about other items that have come to planning, like, for example, Cadbury's Brewery on Hooper Street. They've got 1 year operation, I think, on the basis that they might be noisy and so on. So I was thinking about that, but this might not be the same sort of example because it's a different sort of situation, and they may fairly need a few years to operate to make it a viable operation. I'm not sure, but that was my question really about that.
So in terms of who we could consult on the management plan, I think it would be wise to consider the council's housing and homelessness team, because obviously they have expertise in how hostels and move-on accommodation run, and I think we could do that. That's not a problem. I believe we consulted housing as part of this planning application and they didn't respond. In terms of who else we could consult, we could consult the police, I believe, if members felt that was necessary. In terms of management, obviously the condition is worded so that they submit and approve a management plan. And once that management plan has been reviewed and considered acceptable, it will be discharged and the premises will have to operate in accordance with that management plan. If they, for whatever reason, don't comply with that condition and the approved management plan, then the council can take enforcement action or informally try and make the applicants comply with the management plan strategy approved. So hopefully that's cleared up that matter. In terms of the time period, I think that my professional judgment is that they would need at least a couple or a few years, so 2 or 3 years, to be able to have a good data set to understand whether the management plan is operating effectively to minimise, so far as possible, any adverse impacts and whether it is successful. Obviously, it's quite a complex use in the sense that it changes from sheltered accommodation in the summer to emergency sheltered accommodation. So there are different uses within the same use class there currently operating. So the comings and goings, etc., would be slightly different. But obviously that is up to members to consider the time period.
Right, thanks, Alice. Just before I go to Councillor Dryden, Toby?
I think the other consultee would be the antisocial behaviour team as well, together with kind of housing and homelessness internally, so we could commit to that. What I would say is there is quite a lot of evidence on the file around how it's envisaged the property would be managed, and I think members can take comfort in that. Just going to the issue of the period of consent, I think Alice is right. Members do have within their scope the ability to grant a lesser temporary period. What I would say, by way of a caveat, is that I don't know if that period is kind of reduced, whether or not that would then be a viable prospect for it takes a city to kind of run the project, assuming that there is a substantial kind of investment required to get the thing up and running. And officers cannot answer the question as to whether or not a lesser period, say 2 or 3 years, would fit with whatever funding model they've got in place for the property, etc.
Thanks, Toby. Councillor Dryden.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a question, actually. When there was student accommodation in Cambridge, don't they have to come with a management plan at the planning committee before they get permission?
Toby?
Usually with student hostels, it wouldn't be unusual for there to be a condition attached to approvals for management plans. We've had management plans for the new Calverley Brewery as well. So they're not uncommon things that we see that come out of kind of planning permissions. And I don't think it's necessary to have a fully fledged management plan in this case in order for members to feel satisfied that they could grant permission. As I said, there's a lot of evidence on file which indicates that the property will be appropriately managed by the intended occupier.
Yeah, Councillor Dryden.
Well, just the reason I asked that, going back in memory, before in different student accommodation, they used to come along, then members could ask questions at the committee then to reinforce some of the conditions on their planning. With students, we used to say, you can't have a car, or things like that. So, and then they had a panel to make sure they police all the conditions are being enforced.
Yeah, so I've seen numerous student management plans, and I have been involved in the enforcement of them as well, particularly around the provisions relating to the ownership of vehicles. So they certainly are kind of enforceable things, and usually issues that arise with them are dealt with informally as a starting point with the local planning authority if problems are kind of drawn to its attention. But there are, there are mechanisms available to the LPA to kind of prosecute if, for example, the condition is not being, which is being discharged, is not being abided by.
Right, so LPA is local planning authority. Are you okay with that, Councillor Dryden, your answer?
Just trying to get my memory back, I just think that we should be able to see plans or a management plan before we vote on it.
We can bring it to Chair, Vice Chair and spokes, I guess, of the whole committee if the members would like that. Let's park that for a minute, I think, and won't forget it. But Councillor Thornborough.
Yeah, I think that this management plan is so important that it needs to, and I think as the case officer is saying, there are various people who the plan could be discharged in working with the police or housing, etc., etc. And but I also think that I would suggest that we should only give a 1-year temporary consent, so that we know that this management plan is robust and working for the residents, the adjacent residents, but also the people who might be in the hostel, and and we have done this before at Calverley's Brewery when there was a really unknown aspect about the level of noise, and the applicants they worked hard to ensure that their noise management plan worked. And I think if there was a 1-year temporary consent, then we would be sure that this would work. And if there is a residents liaison group, we'd know whether that was successful or not and whether enforcement might work. And but also it would also put the applicant in a really good, strong position in a following year to come back and ask for a longer period. But I think that either we need to defer this so that we get the management plan in front of us that's we're happy with, as Councillor Dryden says, or I think it needs to go back to Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes. That's what, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Toby?
Thanks, Councillor. I think my only concern is we don't know what if your potential motion to reduce down the period of sought consent from 5 years to 1 year, I'm not sure whether or not that is then a realistic proposition for it takes a city to then operate on. The other thing that I'm mindful of is that we are approaching the Christmas period, and if there is a need to layer an additional process here for the application to come back to, say, December Planning Committee, then the property won't be operational for this kind of winter period, which will affect rough sloping provision across the city. So there are potential consequences to your suggestions that I want to raise with you.
Yep, thank you. Those are consequences that the applicant should have known as well, I guess. Any more? Councillor Illingworth.
Yes, I think Councillor Thornborough mentioned the possibility of a liaison group with local residents and the management. Is that a condition we can apply here today?
Oh, we've had mention of that, yeah. The question,
Well,
Councillor?
can we apply that condition? Is that agreed?
Yeah, I think I said yes at the time. I thought it was a good
sorry,
idea.
okay.
And no one's shook their head, so yeah, that's it. Okay, so we've got a potential 1 year proposal on the table, and I partly started that off, so I take responsibility for that. But I am just going to interrogate that a bit further, though, Alice. So the Carrefour is example, that was an application, was a full application, and we threw it back and said, look, you can only do it for 1 year as a trial. But this is an application that is for 5 years. But why is it temporary? Is it just that they're going to go away after 5 years, or is it 5 years because that's supposed to be a trial period? What's the meaning of this 5 year period?
So in terms of the need for the 5 year period, obviously, as It Takes a City has said, they've signed a 10-year lease of the property. The reason why it's coming for 5 years is probably because of funding. They've probably got funding secured for a certain amount of time. And my understanding is the City Council is helping fund this to come forward. In terms of why is it 5 years? You know, I can't necessarily answer that question in full, but what I can say is obviously by limiting it to 1 year, as Toby says, you're limiting the amount of or you're obviously limiting the amount of use that it can be and public benefit that comes with that. And potentially it might have consequences for the funding that is allocated to this particular project. Obviously, the applicants are in the room, and if you wanted to find out a bit more detail on that, I'm sure they'll be able to answer those questions for you in a bit more detail. But of course, the time period that we're allowing should be reasonable, and I think 1 year, in my professional opinion, probably doesn't give them enough time to be able to develop. And yeah, anyway, thank you.
All right, thanks, Alice. It's obviously a tricky calculation here. So I'd just say, in my understanding, Alice, is that if we gave permission for the 5 years, during that period, if something went badly wrong, we can still take their permission away. That would be under the management plan, wouldn't it? And then, so in a sense, you can. No. Okay. Got it
Chair,
wrong.
you can't take the permission away. You would enforce the non-compliance with the condition. They're two separate things.
Sorry, enforcement, not, yeah, okay. So on the 1 year thing, do you want to do a vote on that, Councillor Thornborough? No, you're not, okay. And the applicant, do you want to say what you think about 1 year or 5 years? That'd be useful. Just briefly, please. Thank you very much.
My understanding was that the 5 years was because it was a temporary planning permission. We have break clauses within the lease that are linked to planning dates, etc., etc. 1 year would certainly not be sufficient to really carry the project forward, and we fully accept the old management plan idea to be compliant with that and be enforceable.
Okay, thank you very much, and thanks for keeping it succinct. Councillor Thornborough.
Can I suggest that the condition about the management plan is amended so that it says within 28 days of this decision notice, a management plan shall be submitted to the local authority for its written approval in conjunction with the relevant special services with expertise in homelessness or something along those lines?
Yeah, that sounds good. So ASB, police, housing, and to come to chair, vice chair and spokes. That's the normal protocol. Okay, that's where we are at the moment, members. But if you're not happy with that, you know, we can vote it down. It's up to you. Any more debate? So, Councillor Thornborough.
And the management plan should include the resident liaison group. Yeah.
Okay, you don't get to speak anymore, Councillor Swift, sorry. Okay, so that's where we are at the moment then. We're looking at, yeah, Councillor Howard.
I'm wondering about a potential condition relating to the security as well. Maybe the officer can help with some clarity, but there's a few different levels of security mentioned in the planning document. So I don't want to quote each part, but 15.11 says during the winter months there are SIA accredited security staff on the premises 24 hours a day. But in 3.2, it talks about there will be security staff for 6 hours on a Friday and Saturday night and staff 40 hours per week during working hours. So I just want to get clarity on, are they consistent, or can we make a condition to make sure it's fully clear?
Right, thank you. Security, Councillor Dryden, you asked your question as well?
I think with all these questions coming in now, do you think a good idea would be to defer this?
Thank you, Councillor. That's been mentioned as well. Okay, Toby has said something on that. Right, do you want to answer those questions then, please? Well, the first question especially. Thank you.
So in terms of specialist security, it depends whether it's the summer in just being the sheltered accommodation or in the winter being emergency sheltered accommodation. So in terms of security for the summer months, where there are obviously not high-risk people occupying the property, there will be specialist security officers for 6 hours on Friday and Saturday nights. When it is in winter, where it is emergency sheltered accommodation, there will be specialist security 24 hours a day by trained officers. There'll be one specialist security officer from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and then two from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. The reason why we didn't require a management plan to be submitted ahead of this meeting was because of the amount of information that they have submitted to us already. Obviously, detailing the staffing and the security alongside how the place will run, and they've provided kind of rules of conduct for occupants alongside like tenancy agreements for the occupants as well. So hopefully that covers your question. Just to add, in the winter months during the day, there'll be between 3 and 4 staff alongside that security officer that are trained to work with homeless people to obviously resettle them and support them through that process. I think that's covered everything.
Yeah, all right, thanks. Just the pending deferral suggestion. So at the moment, members, we've got, I think it's a proposal to defer. Yeah, we'll bottom it out in a minute. And then the other side of things is the management plan with using our own SB team here in the council, housing and homelessness and the police to feed into that process of creating that plan with planning. And it will be for 5 years subject to enforcement by the council. So that's the two ways we can go. So just on if deferring, so that would be to get more information on the management plan, I believe, Councillor Dryden, is that right? Yeah, nodding, yeah. I don't know if there's anything else that we were looking for from deferral, mostly just that then, I think. So do we have, so you're proposing, yeah, you spoke just now, Councillor Thornbrook, then you withdrew, so is anyone going to second the motion to defer?
Just ask if deferment, if we defer, does that mean the shelter will not open this winter?
That's what Toby said. Toby?
I think there's a high likelihood that it would prejudice the opening of the shelter. It would have to come back to a December committee. As Alice has said, there is a lot of information submitted with the application that outlines how it takes the city intend to manage the property together with all of the kind of safeguarding provisions, expectations around the behaviour of residents of the hostel. So I don't think it would take much for it takes the city to effectively take that information and to translate it into a submission that is dischargeable by the local planning authority. But if you're voting to defer, then yes, I think there is in all likelihood a problem in terms of timing, and I don't think it would be necessary given my understanding of the information on file presently.
Thanks, Toby. Did you want to come back on that, Councillor Illingworth?
No, that's fine, thank you.
Just to say, I mean, we have to work on, it's a balance between the needs of the users, but certainly the applicant, but also on local residents as well, what we think is the best decision to make in all things considered. So anyone going to second this proposal for deferring? Nope, okay, that falls then. So any more debate on the item? So everyone's clear. We'll go to the recommendation then, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendations on page 257 of the agenda pack, it is to approve subject to the planning conditions as set out with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted, delegated to officers. It is subject to a revision to condition 3, which would be agreed by officers through Chair, Vice Chair and spokes, to reword the condition 3 to include provisions for security, for consultation with the appropriate consultees, including antisocial behaviour unit, housing and the police, and resident liaison. Thank you.
Right, just to be clear, who's spokes? Is that Matthew, is that you? Yeah, okay, because normally it's Naomi, isn't it? Yeah, okay, great. So the recommendation is to approve. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Five support the recommendation.
Against?
And 1 against.
So the recommendation is approved. Thank you very much for the debate. Thank you to the speakers. We'll have a short break now then, please, members. If you come back at 3:15, please, for the next item. Jones take his seat. And then we'll go back online. Okay, do you want to make us live then, please? Okay, welcome back after a short break. Next item on the agenda is Cambridge Rugby Union Club. So we've got speakers on that. We've got some statements that have been sent already, written statements, and then we've got objector Lorraine, Jean also objecting, and then Councillor Levine, or David in this case, as he's speaking as a resident, hopefully, he would like to tag on the end of that. So if there's time in the 3 minutes or so, David will speak after those two. And then we've got the agent Mark, and then we've also got Dick and David. Oh, you're a supporter, David. Ah, I didn't realise. So, right, okay. In that case, you'll go after Dick then to be a supporter as well. And then we've got Councillor Clough, who's a ward councillor. Right, I think that's as clear for me anyway. I'll run it. So, right, can you do the item then, please? Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. Okay, I am the case officer today. I'm covering for Amy Stocks, who was the case officer through the application process. I'm here presenting today and answering the questions. This is a full planning application at Cambridge Rugby Union Club, Grantchester Road, Newman, Cambridge. The proposal is for the constructions of 5 floodlit paddle tennis courts with canopy, club hut and landscaping. The officer's recommendation is for refusal. So just as we start, I just wanted to draw your attention to the amendments. Paragraph 7.4 of the report can be removed. And then also in the amendment sheet, I've stated about some very special circumstances. The applicant submitted a planning statement, has drawn attention to the Greater Cambridge Wellbeing and Social Inclusion topic paper, whereby identifies significant health inequalities across Cambridge City and growing childhood obesity, particularly in the most deprived wards. The applicant submitted planning statement has also drawn attention to the Cambridge Health Strategy, where it identifies encouraging residents to participate in sport as being a key priority. Other benefits include access to sport, social benefits, health benefits, protection from adverse weather, economic and social benefits. Clearly, the provision of the paddle tennis courts would provide economic benefits to the area with construction-related jobs and creating 3 full-time and 3 to 4 part-time, as well as 3 to 4 freelance coaches. However, there is no compelling evidence to suggest the future of the rugby club's financial status is dependent on the grants of permission for paddle courts on the site. Whilst it is not disputed the health and well-being benefits of the proposal, the very special circumstances put forward are largely generic benefits of paddle sports developments in general, and could arise from almost any location in or around Cambridge, and therefore they do not constitute very special circumstances. I'll go into a bit more detail on the very special circumstances and Greenbelt through the presentation. So firstly, I just wanted to state what paddle tennis is. Paddle tennis is a racket sport played on an enclosed court that is a mix of tennis and squash. The sport is usually played in doubles, played with solid paddles as rackets. So here is a location plan of Cambridge Rugby Club. The site access would be here off Grantchester Road. This is the existing car parking area. The access would be through here. Paddle tennis courts, 5 of them would be located in this square here. This grey shaded building is the existing clubhouse facility, and these are the neighbouring residents located on Fallbrook Road. To the west is an amusement park, a miniature railway, and this is the Cambridge University Cricket and Lawn Tennis Club cricket, rather. So the site constraints, the first one being Greenbelt. So this whole site is located within Greenbelt, and it's also located as a protected open space, which is protected under policy 67 of our local plan. The application site is also located within flood zone 2 and also within a risk of surface water flooding. So here we have the block plan showing here is the development of the 5 paddle tennis courts. 3 of them will be covered, these 3 here, and 2 uncovered. These are the existing playing fields, the clubhouse, and the car and cycle parking here, with the site access remaining as existing at the top here. Please note that the construction of the paddle tennis courts will not lead to a loss of playing fields within the site. Okay, so here is a closer look of the proposed layout. We have 3 covered courts located here, 2 uncovered courts located here. This is also a shed facility that will be in connection with the building, and this area will also be covered as a pagoda-like structure with some outdoor seating areas located here. That is the existing clubhouse, and that's an extension that has already been previously approved. So proposed elevations, this shows the dome-like canopy on top of the paddle tennis courts, 3 located here, and then 2 uncovered. That's if you're looking at the northern elevation. From the south, you've got the existing clubhouse building, 3 covered courts, and then the pagoda-like structure, which has some outdoor seating underneath and a club hut here. These 2 are the uncovered paddle tennis courts. Here is another elevation showing the east and west, showing the covered paddle tennis courts. And here is some simple elevation showing that timber shed. So this site is located within Greenbelt as the main planning constraint. Paragraph 154 of the NPF says that development in the Greenbelt is inappropriate, subject to exceptions. One of these exceptions is criteria B, the use of outdoor sports. So 2 of the 5 courts are uncovered, and there would be defined as outdoor sports. However, the remaining 3 have covers on them, and therefore they are not outdoor by their nature, and indoor, or covered sports rather. They're because they are covered sports, they're by definition inappropriate in the Greenbelt, and therefore requiring various circumstances. So in summary to that, the two uncovered courts, or the outdoor one, these 2, would be an exception, as it would fall in with outdoor sports under paragraph 154 of the NPPF, National Planning Policy Framework. However, the 3 covered ones would not be that, and therefore would be inappropriate within the Greenbelt unless very special circumstances are demonstrated. So the applicant has put forward, does this site meet Greybelt? So I've got a slide here showing the sites, so our assessment of the site. So the site is a Greenbelt site. Does it comprise previously developed land? Well, the answer is no, it's on a playing field. Does it make a strong contribution to Greenbelt purposes A, B or D under paragraph 143 of the NPPF? These are to check the unrestricted sprawl of the large built-up areas, to prevent neighbouring towns from merging into one another, and to preserve this setting and special character of historic towns. The land which the application site sits strongly contributes to these purposes. It does prevent the unrestricted sprawl, it's there to prevent the neighbouring towns merging into one another, and it also preserves the setting and special character of Cambridge. The level of removal of this land from Greenbelt would be harmful. The level of harm from the release of the land is high, and the land which the application site sits strongly meets these purposes. Therefore, by definition, the land is not grey belt and should be considered as green belt, and therefore is inappropriate development, and only would be supportable in very special circumstances. So I touched on this at the very beginning of the presentation. I'll mention it again. Very special circumstances have been put forward by the applicant. These are access to sport. Paddle tennis is the fast-growing sport in the UK, and it's accessible to all players and all ages and abilities. Social benefits. Paddle tennis is a social game being played by 4 players on each court. Health benefits. Paddle tennis has a wide-reaching health benefits for all players, including improving physical fitness, strength and flexibility. Biodiversity net gains and economic benefits, leading to the creation of construction jobs and also creating 3 full-time, 3 to 4 part-time positions, as well as 4 to 5 freelance coaches. The very special circumstances put forward are largely generic benefits of paddle sports development in general and could arise from almost any location in or around Cambridge. They do not constitute the very special circumstances for development within the green belt. There is no compelling evidence to suggest the future of the rugby club's financial status is dependent on the grant of the permission of the paddle courts on this site. So, although, as well as the site not reaching its very special circumstances, the application, due to the dome structures, will lead to visual harm within the green belt. The South Newnham Neighbourhood Plan refers to protected views within the grounds of the site. Policy SNNP 15 refers to conserving views and enhancing existing views and street scenes. Before you here, I have map 8 of the document showing these views. Views V3 and V5 will be most impacted by this development. Officers consider the proposed courts would interrupt the openness of these views and would not conserve or enhance the landscape. Any future development should seek to respect and enhance these views. In its current format, it's not considered the proposal respects these open views. The Newnham Neighbourhood Plan shows the level of harm should this parcel of land being removed in this application is more on the side of very high harm. So just to show you through what that means is here are the protected views highlighted in the neighbourhood plan, and here is roughly the location of the paddle tennis courts. So with those, the dome-like structures on top of the 3 paddle tennis courts will lead to harm in these protected views that are highlighted in the South Newnham Neighbourhood Plan. I have some visuals here showing what it will look like. This is an artist drawn. It's got the 3 paddle tennis courts. You've got the canapé-like area, the pagoda-like area for seating underneath, and that is the club shed. These are more generic visuals of what the covered paddle tennis courts will look like. I've also got some views on the left here. This is the existing view as you're looking across the rugby club. And here are showing the views with the paddle tennis courts here. Visual 2, again showing the rugby club. This is from the corner of the site. And then showing the clutter and the visual harm caused by, on the right, where my pointer catches up, showing the paddle tennis courts being constructed. And also another view, again, existing view here, and the visual harm to the right. Other planning matters, biodiversity. The site has a low ecological value, but the proposal would result in a net loss of habitats. B&G is being proposed via off-site credits. Conditions could be imposed to secure ecological enhancements, wildlife sensitive lighting schemes. Flood risk and water surface management. The site is located within flood zone 2. The matter of sequential testing was introduced by the drainage officer. However, it is not considered a sequential test is required in this instance, and the vulnerability of the site is not increasing. The application does include a flood risk assessment. The drainage strategy includes the detention, basic and swells within the overflow to the brook bin. The submitted flood risk assessment is considered acceptable, and that has been confirmed by the drainage officer, subject to conditions. Transport and parking. There will be a minor increase in traffic. 20 car parking spaces will be allocated to paddle use only. 6 new cycle spaces are being proposed. The local highway authority has had no objections, subject to conditions and recommendations. Amenity as well. Noise levels are predicted to be within the acceptable limits. The closest residential neighbouring property fronting Fulbrook Road and the northern section of Grantchester Road. The rear gardens of the properties will be 150 to 190 metres away from the paddle courts. Flood lighting is proposed likely to be acceptable, as there are other flood lighting on the site already, and their use can be restricted via condition. Therefore, these 3 matters have not been included as a reason for refusal. Also, make members aware, we do have the environmental health officer available by Teams if there is more discussion around amenity. So the recommendation is for refusal. This is a balanced decision. It is noted that there is a need for paddle courts within Cambridge City. We have consulted the sport and recreational team, and there is a need of 10 paddle tennis courts within Cambridge. It supports the rugby club, the economic benefits of 10 people employed, the recreational in Greenbelt, and health and well-being and social benefits. However, this does not outweigh the refusal reasons. The proposal would constitute inappropriate development in the Greenbelt and would result in harm by virtue of the sitting, height and design of the paddle courts. The proposal is therefore contrary to Policy 4, Chapter 13 of the NPPF, protecting Greenbelt land. The site is a protected open space of environmental and recreational importance. The visual impact of the proposal by virtue of the sitting and the design of the paddle courts would significantly harm the character of the protected open space, contrary to Policy 67 of the local plan. And the final refusal reason, the sitting scale and massing of the proposed courts would introduce an intrusive built form into the middle of a valued protected open space. The proposal therefore fails to positively respond to the surrounding context and is contrary to Policy 8, 55, 56, 57 and 59 of the Cambridge Local Plan and Policies SNNP 11 and SNNP 15 of the South Newham Neighbourhood Plan and Chapter 12 of the NPPF. So the officer's recommendation is for refusal. That is the end of my presentation, so I'll go back to the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nick. Right, questions of clarification, members, before we go to speakers? Any? There might not be any. There are, yeah. Matthew, sorry, Councillor Howard.
More a curiosity than anything, but from the visuals, it looked like the sides were transparent, or was that just a detail that I couldn't see? So the sides of the enclosures of the, is it an open-sided structure, or is it a contained building?
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Nick? Councillor Howard?
So the building or the enclosures, whatever they are, over the 3 internal courts, are they walled sided or are they open sided?
I'll go back to the, share my screen, I can go back to the elevations.
I think it's a combination of a kind of translucent glass or perspex with some mesh, but the Nick will be able to clarify that.
So they would be constructed, essentially that area is open through the middle of the site of this. However, they do have this glass or construction either side of it. These areas are floodlights, and then they also do have the dome-like constructions on the top. That helps to make sense. I can show you the visuals as well. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you, yeah.
So, okay, Councillor Howard? Right, okay, that's that then. So speakers, right, we've got 2 in objection. So Lorraine and Jean, are you here today? Hello, yeah. Do you want to come forward to the speaker seats just behind Councillor Vick there? Yeah. So, it looks like you're both speaking. Are you? Or one of you? Is it just one person speaking?
2.
2. Do you want to both sit down then? And if you move along one, look, you can both get in there. And you've got 3 minutes between you. Is that okay? Is that...
We've tried hard to keep it short.
Say again?
I have tried hard to keep it short.
Good, okay, well, you get 3 minutes, so,
Yes.
you know, if you... Yes, what do you want to say?
Sorry, Chair, it's just we were told we had 90 seconds each. Could we have that break in between as we hand over from Jean to myself?
Yeah, well, 90 seconds each is 3 minutes, isn't it, in total? So, yeah.
Sorry, but what I'm asking for is just that allowance of a break rather than keeping the clock running.
Oh, sure, okay, we'll do that, don't worry. Yes, thank you for asking. No, that's all fine. Okay, when you're ready then. Hang on a minute.
Was there a request to speak to images? Or is that?
Oh, yeah, Lorraine, you asked to speak to images? Is that correct?
Yeah.
I asked for some images to be put up. I don't have time to refer to them, but Councillor Clough is going to do that on my behalf.
Well, when we come to that, we'll have to check they're in the public domain, but if you will do that later.
It has been verified.
Yeah, okay, you 2 speak now then, when you're ready.
When you're ready, Jane.
Is it on? Yeah. South Newnham Neighbourhood Forum is a statutory consultee and objects as this development does not comply with local plan and neighbourhood plan policies that have equal weight in determining planning applications. The site is greenbelt, not grey belt, as claimed by the applicant. Local Plan Policy 4, Cambridge Greenbelt, requires developments in the greenbelt to justify very special circumstances. Panel courts under an all-weather canopy running 15 hours a day, 7 days a week, and lit by floodlights do not justify the very special circumstances required. Local Plan Policy 55, responding to context, Policy 57, designing new buildings, and Neighbourhood Plan Policies 11, protecting and enhancing local character, and 15, conserving and enhancing existing views, all require a development to use appropriate local characteristics to inform the design, demonstrate a positive impact on their setting and landscape, and be constructed in a sustainable manner. Panel courts and a clubhouse covering 2,500 square metres and 8.8 metres high do not comply with these policies.
That's a minute and a half if you wanted to stop, or if you want to carry on, it'd be less than for the next one.
Sorry?
Are you okay?
Do I have to stop?
Well, that's 1 minute, 30 seconds. Okay. Your colleague there suggested you'd speak for 90 seconds each. It's 3 minutes in total.
Thank you. I represent local residents who strongly object to the application. We believe that the installation of 5 paddle courts will not only impair the protected views across the fields, but also be another step in eroding the green belt and increasing light pollution, contrary to Local Plan 34 and Neighbourhood Plan 3. Presently, the floodlights are only on about 3 evenings a week and only up till about 8:30. They are not on until 10 o'clock every night, so there will be a significant impact in terms of light. Moving on to noise, firstly, the premises licence recently granted to the club means that local residents are now disturbed by up to 17 music events each year, including some very large, noisy and disruptive festivals. Secondly, the recent addition of a new gym has been the subject of several complaints because it's run by out-trained gym who use live DJs as early as 8:30 in the morning. Thirdly, I'm sure that the panel is aware of the problems of noise associated with paddle. And the key thing here is that with the openness of the fields, the prevailing wind carries the noise directly into local gardens and houses. The effect of noise wasn't included in the acoustics survey. Sorry, the effect of wind. I refer the panel to LP35 and MP12, which require noise from developments not to cause a cumulative adverse effect on quality of life or amenity, which paddle
It's your
courts
3 minutes, I'm
certainly
afraid.
win.
Time's up. 3 minutes. But thank you very much. Very good. Right, on the other side, we've got the agent side applicants. We've got Mark, the agent, and Dick, supporter, and David, supporter. So you've got 3 minutes too. I guess the agent will go first, and then the other two, if there's time in the 3 minutes. We'll just do the clock for 3 minutes, shall we? And stop between talking. Yep, when you're ready.
Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. It has been established in this case that there is a need for paddle tennis development, both because of the lack of provision in Cambridge and due to local health issues, with the council's evidence showing significant health inequality, poor adult mental health, and 25% of children leaving primary school being overweight or obese. In part, the council's strategy to tackle this includes encouraging residents to be more physically active. Paddle tennis is a low-cost sport, is enjoyed by players of all ages, and is a very social sport, meaning it addresses all the main issues the council has identified. This is therefore a grey belt case, and permission should be granted if you agree with my assessment of the policy in the MPPF. First, does the site make a strong contribution to purposes A, B or D of the green belt? Like nearly all greenbelt sites, the application site contributes to the prevention of urban sprawl, but like many around it, it is developed with significant sports infrastructure, including the spectator stand, clubhouse, gym, floodlighting columns, and other associated structures and paraphernalia. Its contribution to the prevention of urban sprawl is therefore at most limited. The site does not adjoin towns, and as a matter of fact, therefore, it cannot be said to make a strong contribution to purpose B. Finally, the site plays no meaningful role in the setting of historic Cambridge, so it cannot make a strong contribution to the preservation of the special character of the city. And as the CGIs show, the facility will have a negligible visual impact. The question which then follows is whether the site is in a sustainable location, and this has been agreed with the Highway Authority, raising no objection to the development. With these points established, the grey belt policy test is passed, and permission should be granted. If you disagree with my assessment, the question which then follows is whether the application can demonstrate very special circumstances. The significant harm you would find to the development causes to the greenbelt would at least be matched by the beneficial effects of the development in respect of it addressing identified needs for paddle tennis and in addressing local health issues. Other benefits, such as providing important cross-subsidy for Cambridge Rugby Club, additional job creation and economic growth, and biodiversity net gain, tip the balance in our favour. This application is supported by your technical officers, and having heard the applicant's case, I hope you will approve this application.
Yeah, carry on. We'll stop the clock between you.
Thank you. Chair, councillors, this proposal is a lifeline for Cambridge Rugby and an investment in the expanding Cambridge community. Without this partnership, Cambridge Rugby will struggle to sustain its operations and community programmes. The lack of accessible paddle tennis facilities in South Cambs will persist, and the economic, health and social benefits on outdoor sport will be lost. The proposed courts are designed for negligible visual or oral impact on residents and the environment, given the existing substantial infrastructure. I urge you to support this project for the benefit of all.
Thank you, Chair. And just to finish off, councillors, Cambridge City needs this badly. Don't lose the opportunity to have these courts. There's £400 million coming from the Innovate Fund. It's going to bring a lot of sports-minded people to Cambridge. Don't lose this opportunity. The rugby club has done fantastically, clinging on by its fingernails. Cambridge needs these courts badly. It's a golden opportunity. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. That's 3 minutes. Okay. Right, so debate then, councillors. Anyone want to start off? Yeah, Councillor Flaubert.
Point of order. I think Councillor Clough is next, I think.
Oh, I do apologise, sorry. Middle of the afternoon, I'm falling asleep, obviously, sorry. Do apologise, Councillor. Right, sorry, Councillor Flaubert, apologise. Okay, Councillor Clough, Ward Councillor, when you're ready. Yeah, the images.
Fiddling with the microphone.
So
Sorry,
are they in the public domain? Nick?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah,
They were sent
good,
to me and
okay.
they've been
In that
uploaded.
case, we can show them, so we'll just get them up first before you start speaking, pretty fast, I guess.
So actually, Nick, in order to make the points that I want to make, if you could show the site plan, which you have in your presentation. And
Yeah, I'll share the site plan again. Is that the correct plan?
that's right, yes.
Yeah.
Make it a bit bigger, Nick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It should now becoming bigger on the screen.
Then Councillor.
Right. So I just wanted to make an amendment to what you said, and it's probably because you stepped in, don't know the site, but actually the area to the west of the main clubhouse, which you described as an amusement park, is not an amusement park. It is in fact the Cambridge Model Engineering Society's site, which is a largely wooded site, and north of that is a wooded area. And then further to the south, which is just immediately to the left of the clubhouse, is the Cocks and Hens Tennis Club. Right, I'll start now. I'm speaking as a ward councillor on behalf of residents who objected to this planning application. I'm also an impacted resident, so I live on the south side of Fulbrook Road. We're very grateful to the case officer for her detailed work, as relayed by Nick, on this report, especially the green and grey belt assessment. It is very clear and insightful analysis of the harm that this application would bring to the green belt, and also in determining that it is not grey belt. In relation to the other information in the report, I would make the following points. First of all, as we've heard, the Cambridge Rugby Club's financial position. At 9.29, the report states there is no compelling evidence to suggest that the future of the rugby club's financial status is dependent on the grant of permission of paddle courts on this site. This is correct. The club accounts to June 24 benefited from the first music event in summer 23. This was repeated in June 24, and the club was allowed even more events in 2025. There has also been 3 film company lettings in 25 as well. With effective financial controls, the club would be in profit. 2, need for paddle courts. On the officer's report at 10.2, the need for paddle courts per the LTA in 2024 was 12, rising to only 13 by 2030. The University Sports Centre is due to add 3 covered courts to make a total of 5. 3 paddle courts have been approved at Orchard Park. There are 2 at David Lloyd at Collins Lane and 2 due for the biomedical campus. So making a total of 12 available or in process in Cambridge, which appear to be in much more easily accessible active travel locations within built-up areas of the city. These sites will soon meet the current established demand, and so this cannot form part of any argument for very special circumstances on this site. Biodiversity. The ecology officer said that the site should be characterised as poor value modified grassland, but immediately to the west of the site are areas of old woodland, and it is extremely likely that there are bat foraging areas through this corridor and along to the wide hedge tract south of the clubhouse and the hedge on the southern edge of the club field. The rugby club is specifically identified in the Newnham Neighbourhood Plan at SNNP 1, and the final paragraph of the policy panel on page 26 of the plan says development proposals should avoid the severance of black flight lines and protect foraging and commuting habitat for Barber-style bats, which may be present, belong to the population,
protected by the Eversden and Wimpole Woods SAC. In the supporting text, development proposals should be accompanied by an assessment that identified the impact on site and features of biodiversity value identified on map 2. No assessment has been provided. Under SNP1, this application should not be approved. Light pollution. The SNP3 seeks to reduce and maintain low levels of light pollution, and proposals should minimise the impact on wildlife and landscape character, particularly where lighting would extend from residential streets and developments into adjacent open spaces and countryside. Light spillage is a threat to bats and other wildlife. On early mornings and late evenings, numerous species of wildlife can be seen on the fields, including rabbits, hares, foxes, and deer and bats. The argument, as heard put forward by Paddle Stars, that the light will not cause an impact because there are club lights on every evening is not true, as mentioned earlier on. But no bat survey has been provided, so SNP3, this application should not be approved without one. Let's talk now about highway safety and transport impacts. This transport statement has a number of significant omissions which haven't picked up in the report, or indeed by the highways officers. At 4.1, existing trip generation, the report states, existing site comprises open green space within the Cambridge Rugby and Football Club, and therefore no trip generation for the existing use has been undertaken. This simply means that the report authors have no understanding of the existing traffic flows on and off the site. Apart from match days, there are evening trading sessions. Sunday mornings are particularly busy for youth rugby. The club is rented out to conference meetings on weekday mornings. There are weeks when the whole of this site is filled with film crews, trailer and minibuses, moving actors and actresses and extras to and from the site. There is even a DPD drop-off point, which has been installed behind the match day tickets shed. Moreover, there is no mention of the GCP Haslingfield Greenway, which is planned to run along the eastern edge of the site within the Greenway, merging onto the roadway at the entrance to the rugby club. It is difficult to understand how this major piece of transport infrastructure planning has been missed by the authors and indeed the Highway Authority. There are clear material deficiencies, and the report should be revised and reassessed by the Highways Authority before planning permission can even be considered. Residential amenity. The noise assessment report produced by Noise Solutions Limited has a number of limitations. The baseline 24-hour recording was carried out from a unit at least 3 metres up a lamppost on Fulbrook Road. This will have picked up the sound of cars and delivery vans passing along the road. This shows page 13 of the report with daytime peak frequencies, LA max between 57 and 86, which are high numbers. The assessment should have been carried out either in a garden on the rear of the boundary or no more than 1.2 metres above the ground. That would have been representative of enjoying a quiet summer afternoon in the garden. No attempt has been made to take account of wind, as mentioned earlier. Residents are all too aware from the fluctuations and noise from the music events on the fields on a day with even just steady breeze. Everyone who has been reading the stories of residents battling with noise from paddle courts knows that it is the crack of the racket impact which causes the distress and irritation to residents in their garden, i.e. the fluctuation of high frequencies. The table at 16.4 of the officer's report, end column LA max, shows combined prediction of 35 to 59 decibels in the garden. 59 is a substantial sound level. Nor has any attempt been made to consider the impact of noise from the additional car traffic coming and going off the site. This will all run along the backs of the houses on the access track. The effect of cars moving over the speed bumps also impacts on noise. So in addition to the officer's strong points for recommending refusal in relation to the green belt, it seems that there are other key policy areas, biodiversity, light pollution, highway safety and residential amenity, which would fall out of compliance and had required ecological survey and better reports been produced, further shifting the planning balance of this report towards refusal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Nick, was there anything you wanted to pick up on from the statements from the speakers before we get into debate?
Yeah, I think the first thing I would say is that there's been, in terms of biodiversity, and the ecology officer has reviewed the application and suggested an ecological sensitive lighting condition, and that would address the comments and concerns relating to such as bats, It's also noted that lighting can be conditioned as well to certain hours if we were recommending approval. This is. Lastly, in terms of lighting, the existing site does have floodlights, and the proposed floodlights as part of this application would be 4 on each corner, but they would be all facing down. So lighting has not been included as a reason refusal. In terms of transport implications, again, that hasn't been included as a reason for refusal. As I stated in the report, it would only lead to a minor increase of transport, of vehicle movements. In terms of amenity, my environmental health officer can help to advise if we wish to call in as part of the debate, but that again hasn't been included as a reason for refusal, noting that the distance away from the paddle tennis courts is over 150 metres. The noise assessment has been carried out, which the environmental health officer agrees this would not lead to a harmful level of noise. However, the comments in relation to the visual impact and the loss of protected space is why we have our 3 refusal reasons in the planning balance. It was mentioned about a need of paddle tennis courts within Cambridge. That's not disputed. However, there's no need for it to be in Greenbelt, and it would be more, rather it should be in other areas of Cambridge outside the Greenbelt that won't lead to visual harm. That's some of the comments I've got. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thanks, Nick. Debate, members? Yeah. Okay, Councillor Flaubert.
I have a question, but it has been partially answered by the officer. But I'm slightly concerned because the ecology officer has not objected to this application. And it seems to me that because it's in a green belt area, if the ecology officer has no objection, why has not the Natural England been consulted to have further information? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more questions for Nick? Yes, Councillor Howard. Okay, Councillor Illingworth.
Yes, the main objection from the officer seems to be the visual impact of the domes. If the domes hadn't been proposed and they were all open courts, how would that have affected your decision?
Thank you. Councillor Todd-Jones.
Yes, similarly, I'm getting the impression that were all the paddle courts to be uncovered, they will be potentially acceptable as outside sport use in this location. So just want clarification on that again. And throughout the report, it's clearly identified this is green belt, although there still seems to be a bit of a discussion whether it's green belt or grey belt. So just to confirm, we are talking about green belt here. And the Recreation Development Department contribution is interesting. So I don't think any of us deny that there is a need for more paddle court and facilities within the city. And it could be argued that in terms of health and lifestyle outcomes, that they might be better situated elsewhere in the city if it was possible, obviously to identify preferable sites, which would be within the city, not in the green belt, and perhaps might be better serving the local community in that respect. So just a few points. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. I'll add to that as well. So the environmental health aspects, so noise, light, anything else, I don't know if you or the environmental health officer that's online with us can comment on those. That's my ones.
Thank you. I think the first question was raised regarding ecological matters and why weren't Natural England consulted. This is Greenbelt site, that's not disputed, but it's not a triple SI. Natural England are consulted when it's a triple SI by protocol,
Nick, could
and
you
which
just-
this isn't. So that's why they weren't consulted.
Point of order, Chair. Sorry to interrupt you, Nick. Could you just help the residents in the room for SSSI? All right, just for the acronym. Thank you.
What does it stand for, Nick?
Oh, sorry. Apologies. SSSI means Site of Specific Special Interest. So typically they are, they're designated areas.
Chair, just to come in, SSSI is a site of special scientific interest.
Yeah, that's what it stands for. And we would consult Natural England development affecting or adjacent to those areas, which this site does not have, and the ecology officer has confirmed no objection. There was an interesting point raised. If all the courts didn't have the domes on, would that would materially alter the assessment of the application? We assess the applications that are put in front of us. It's an interesting point because I said that the two that don't have the domes up would mean outdoor sport, as with the domes they become indoor sport. Again, that would be a complete new assessment, and it may meet the exceptions. I don't know if Toby's got anything to add on that, but as officers we have to assess the application that's before us. And then there was also interesting point on the recreational, the need for paddle tennis within the city. The recreational sports Cambridge City team were consulted and said there is a need of approximately 10 courts. However, as officers, we've assessed it, and this doesn't overcome the harm to the Greenbelt that the courts would be located here. And as I think I said in the report, it's not site-specific that this need will help, specifically financially help the rugby club. That information hasn't been presented. In terms of environmental health issues raised by the chair in terms of noise and lighting, if we could get the environmental health officer online to speak, to talk about those issues.
Hello all.
Hello, afternoon, Greg.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Yeah, we've assessed the application in terms of noise in the first instance. These courts, no, they're relatively new in terms of sports facilities, but in our view, a low risk development or courts is when they're like 150 meters away from residential. Medium risk, 100, 150, high risk, less than 100 meters. The noise impact assessment has considered the impact in terms of LEQ, which is average noise levels, but also the impact of noise levels. In this case, it's the racket is very hard. It gets a hard ball as opposed to tennis, you know, a stringed racket. But predictions have been made at the nearest residential, Fulbrook Road, which is like, I think to the facade of the premises is 195, 200 approximately, and middle of the garden, 170, 175 meters. And in our view, the noise predictions are very low level. I'm not saying you won't hear it from time to time, because it depends on the energy. If you hit it hard, it's louder. And I have the benefit of attending a recent course where this has been considered in real detail, and most of the noise comes from the sides of the court, unusually. It's to do with the welded barriers at the sides. So at the back, the noise levels are less. So we're very confident that there won't be any adverse impact. If it helps members, whilst I shouldn't refer to other applications, because obviously you consider this on the merits, I dealt with Cambridge West Sports Centre, you know, on the University West side. There, they have 2 paddle courts with the sides close to residential, 120 metres away. And we approved that with no concerns. I appreciate it opened September, October 2024. We've had no complaints, so with a high degree of confidence that noise will not be an issue. In terms of lighting, it's so far away with no concerns, and there is existing lighting. We don't consider ecology and bats, but in terms of human impact, which is a material consideration, with no concerns. I think we'd recommend, well, this is refusal, but we were happy to condition if necessary. So I hope that helps members, but I'm happy to accept any other questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Anything else, Nick?
Nothing to add from Greg, thanks.
All right, that's useful, Greg. Thank you very much. Just to guide you members, I mean, Greg is the expert here. We can all have our own opinions on noise and light, but we'll be on dodgy ground to make a decision on our own opinion of something rather than rely on expert advice in the first instance. That's the normal way of things, and particularly with noise, the decibel system is quite complex. So that would be my advice to you members. Any more questions? No? Okay. I don't think I had anything else. Maybe a couple of things. So there was talk about the number of paddle courts that were would become to be available in Cambridge, but they weren't available at the moment. So I presume we're not going to we're going to disregard that because it's about what there is at the moment in terms of need, I guess. And the bats wasn't evidenced, so I presume that that's what's being suggested, but we don't know. Is that correct? In terms of what speakers said, I'm saying. Also, one final thing, it sounded rather difficult for residents with all the noise of things going on at the moment, music events and so on, which I have sympathy with, but that report is something, it's not evidenced, I guess, but we wouldn't take that into account, I presume, in terms of the current operator and how they might operate going forward. I mean, I know sometimes we do consider what's gone before in terms of making a decision partly on what's going to happen, but I guess that's not evidenced. Is that correct, Nick? Use your microphone.
Yeah, I've spoken about the need within it's in section 10 of the report, and I presented some of the data. The statistics show an under-provision of 10 paddle courts are published as part of the local plan, a supplementary document to cover the wider Cambridge and City and South Cam district. There was a clear need for the paddle tennis courts within the city, and this scheme would help the need. We haven't, as the chair has said, haven't taken into consideration any forthcoming applications for paddle tennis courts, and that's not stated in our report. Also, the chair has said about other events and noise-related matters from the rugby club, and that hasn't been, again, assessed in this assessment either. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. And just one other thing. So you said it wouldn't lead to the loss of playing fields, but just to be clear, it does lead to the loss of protected open space, and that protected open space could be used for various activities that not the playing fields activities. But for example, when I moved to Cambridge 35 years ago, I played volleyball on that grass in a festival. So I don't think they do that anymore, but that wouldn't be available for those sorts of events because it's being used for this event.
That's correct. Yeah, so the site wouldn't lose any of the existing the rugby playing fields that are set, and it's been situated where it is because it doesn't lose the loss of the playing fields. But as you have highlighted, it is a protected open space under policy 67 of the local plan, and that would be lost. So that is included as a refusal reason.
Thanks, Nick. Toby?
Just to be clear, the refusal reason relative to the justification in the report is around the environmental quality of the protected open space, not its recreational value. I don't think the council could resist the application on the first limit of protection under that policy. It's around the environmental quality that the protected open space is recognised for, and the report sets that out quite clearly. So obviously the site would continue in recreational use if it were granted permission.
Thanks for that clarification, Toby. So I think we've explored this item in some detail. I haven't heard any requests to add any other matters, even though we've explored them, like noise and sound, sound and light, to the refusal condition matters. So if there's nothing else, we'll go to the recommendation, councillors. Yep, okay, so recommendation, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 295, and that is to refuse planning permission for the 3 reasons as set out. Thank you.
Toby, so the recommendation refuse. All those in favour of that recommendation to refuse?
3 support the recommendation.
Against?
And 2 against.
So the recommendation is upheld. The item is refused planning permission. Thank you very much, members. Members, are you okay to go on to the next item before not having a break? No one wants to come for a break. Okay, so the next item then is New Square. So we've got an objector, Kate Wood.
Maybe online.
Maybe online, and then we've got Carrie, the applicant, and Councillor Bick, ward councillor. So that's item 10, and who's speaking? Charlotte is going to present it, so she needs to set up. So just give her a minute. Yeah, let's have a 5-minute break while Charlotte sets up then. So come back in 5 minutes at 4:18, please. Right, can you make us live then, please? Yeah. Are we, okay, we're live, so welcome back after a short break. Next item on the agenda is item 10, land adjacent to 49 New Square. We've got speakers, did I say this already? Kate on behalf of Willow Walk residents, and Carrie speaking for the applicant, is the applicant. And then Councillor Bick, I did say it already, didn't I? I've said all this, you're the local councillor. I'll just also say I know one of the people resides at the property, but I'm not fettered, so we're all good. Right, in that case, let's have the item then, please, Charlotte, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. Okay, so yes, the application is at land adjacent to 49 New Square in Cambridge, and the application is for a single-storey dwelling with garden, off-street car parking, and I'll just clarify that there's two applications on this site. One is a full application and the other is a listed building. We're hearing the full application first and the listed building will be the next item. So to get started, on the left is the location plan and on the right is a aerial image from Google Earth. So number 49 is the existing dwelling. Sorry, I'll try and get my laser pointer. There we go. 49 is the existing host dwelling. And as you can see, this is the host dwelling here, which is grade 2 listed. It has an existing parking area and the garden wraps around the house there. The proposal site is part of the garden to the east of the house. So just to start with, the officer recommendation is to refuse the application, and this is for two reasons. One is based on the harm that would amount to the character of the area, and the second is based on the heritage harm that would amount to the host dwelling as a grade 2 listed building, the kite conservation area, and the grade 2 listed buildings at Willow Walk, which are to the rear. I'll point those out as we go through the presentation. So this is the existing and proposed site plan. So existing here, you can see the existing house and the gardens. And on the proposed side, you can see the proposed new dwelling. So the dwelling is sort of divided into two wings. It has car parking to the north from Willow Walk, and it has a pedestrian access to the front from New Square. The garden area of the new dwelling uses the previous garden of number 49 and sort of wraps around the front and side of the dwelling. So this is an aerial view. So existing, again, I've just pulled from Google Earth. But hopefully it gives you a sense of the site and the existing landscaping that's available there. And this is the proposed aerial view provided by the applicant. So you can see the division of the garden and the new dwelling there. This is the ground floor. Oh, just give it a minute. Sorry, it's behind me. This is the ground floor plan. So the dwelling has the sort of kitchen, living space on this side, and then 2 bedrooms on this side. Here you can see how close in this plan the new dwelling is to the listed building. This is a conservatory on the side, and it's about 1 metre away there. So I've just got some photographs now. This is the existing host dwelling from the New Square side, so the front of the building with the existing pedestrian access. This is sort of turned to look towards the proposal site. So there's an existing garden with landscaping on the boundaries. This is the next door site. So there's already some development in the adjacent site, which I believe the applicant is trying to reflect in their proposal. This is another view of the gap that currently exists in the proposal site. So this gap is considered to be quite important in the character of the area and the character of the conservation area. The conservation officer has objected to the application, both on the impact to the Grade 2 listed building and due to the impact on the conservation area from removing this gap and filling it with built form. That's just another view kind of trying to show the whole picture. And we'll move on to some elevations now. So this is the existing elevation from the new square side with the host dwelling here. That's sort of smaller existing building I showed there, and then the gap. The buildings to the rear are the Willow Walk listed properties. They're Grade 2 listed, and they are also considered to be harmed by the proposal. These are the proposed elevations. So again, you can see the building almost entirely filling that gap and overtaking the garden area of number 49. This is the visualisation from New Square. So this is sort of set back. There's green space on New Square with a sort of pedestrian walkway through it, and this kind of sits back there looking towards the site with the host dwelling here and the proposed dwelling in this gap. So it creates quite an expanse of built form all the way across that view, especially with the existing host dwelling and the adjacent building there. This is the existing view, another existing view from New Square proposed. So you can hopefully just see, I'll flick back and forth, the difference of that built form being in that gap there. This is the proposed view from New Square. So the building is in this location here. So again, the host dwelling, the new building, and then existing buildings to the sort of rear there. This is a view from down Willow Walk. So here I've walked past the host dwelling and I'm looking back towards it. So you can see just the top of the conservatory that's attached to the host dwelling here, and its sort of existing presence. You've also got the walls, which form the rear boundary of the site. These walls are curtilage listed. At the rear, an access would be installed and the internal walls within the site would be removed. So this is just another photo at the back here, just to show there's a substation directly adjacent to the proposal site, and there is existing accesses along Willow Walk, so that just highlights that. This is at the sort of end of Willow Walk, looking towards the host dwelling. You've got their gated access to the car parking here, and then the host dwelling just there. This is a view down Willow Walk, just to show where the access would be. So Willow Walk is a private road used by the residents in the Willow Walk properties along the side here, and the new access would be installed by partially removing the walls here. This is one of the existing buildings along Willow Walk, just to show how that sits in the context. I've got some elevations here. So this is existing elevation sort of from the rear Willow Walk side, and this is proposed. So again, you can see that access there. This is a view from Willow Walk, and that's proposed. So you can see the difference. At the moment, there's a low-key conservatory building, and then there's the gap where the garden sits, and this is the new building here. I understand from the applicants that they have dropped the height of the building, and that's why we have this sort of roof form that lowers to the wall in consultation with Willow Walk and surrounding residents, but it's still, visible above the walls and quite a significant built form in this location. So just moving on to the planning balance now. The application is recommended for refusal, and that's due to the detrimental impacts of the proposal on the character and appearance of the area. the substantial harm to the setting of the Grade 2 listed building number 49 and the Kite Conservation Area, and the less than substantial harm to the Grade 2 listed buildings at Willow Walk. For approval, the proposal does offer the creation of an additional residential dwelling. It's within a sustainable location. It does exceed the policy requirements on sustainability, and it does meet the policy requirements on accessibility. And some of those points have been raised by the third-party representations received. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Charlotte. So first up is Kate Wood. You're online, I think, aren't you, Kate? Yep, hello.
I am.
Yeah.
I am, yes, Chairman, thank
Just
you.
Get your picture.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Let's just get your picture up on screen a minute, Kate, before we get going, if possible.
I think Kate said she wouldn't want to show the videos
Oh, okay,
because
fine.
they may not be in the public domain.
Yeah, yeah, fine. So, yeah, we can hear you, Kate. So you've got 3 minutes when you're ready then, please.
Thank you, Chairman and members. I'm here to represent the owners and occupiers of 5 Willow Walk in objecting to these applications. The owners and several neighbours are in the audience with you today in support of a refusal, and I hope you've had the opportunity to view the site from Willow Walk. The proposed dwelling has a footprint more than double the size of the footprint of the existing listed house at number 49. Its modern appearance will clearly not be that of a converted or subservient outbuilding, but a substantial dwelling, if not 2 dwellings. This contrasts with the existing converted little outbuildings that make up the adjacent dwellings at 48A and B New Square. The gap between the existing dwelling and these small neighbouring dwellings is number 49's garden, which represents part of its historic setting. The development would be cramped into this setting with scant regard to important features of the existing listed house with which it will compete visually. The undeveloped garden setting would be lost. The gap facilitates views towards the Grade 2 listed terrace of dwellings in Willow Walk, noted as a positive feature in the conservation area appraisal. These views would now be masked by the new development, so the setting of the listed terrace in Willow Walk would also be harmed. We therefore strongly support refusal on heritage grounds. Additionally, Willow Walk is a narrow private road, but with public access, and is frequently used by pedestrians and cyclists going to or from the Grafton Centre. The proposed new access gate will be in a particularly narrow part of Willow Walk, and the tracking diagrams you've seen on the proposed site plan do not reflect the reality on the ground and are misleading because they don't show the visibility displays or how vehicles could turn both into and out of the proposed gate. The plans do not show visibility displays, so drivers exiting the proposed access, even in a forward gear, would not be able to see the other road users until they were already in the road. The Highway Authority has not objected because this is a private road, but that doesn't mean that the poor access arrangement would not be dangerous. We therefore request an additional refusal reason on the grounds of highway safety, being contrary to policies 80C6 and 82A and B. The height of the proposed dwelling will result in loss of light and especially outlook for numbers 3, 4 and 5 Willow Walk opposite due to the oppressing and overbearing impact. There will also be direct overlooking between number 49 and the new dwelling, and we therefore request an additional refusal reason on the grounds of detriment to residential amenity, contrary to policy 52. The proposed development represents overdevelopment of the site, leading to harm to the setting of listed buildings and the character. How many?
You've had your 3 minutes, mate. That's it.
Oh, okay, that's fine then.
Thanks
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that's that. So Councillor Bick, you're next. What have I done? Oh, yeah, sorry, Carrie. You're behind, yeah. I'm getting tired out. Carrie, I apologise. You're next to get 3 minutes.
I'm Carrie Herbert.
Apparently there's an image, Carrie. Is there to show?
Stop the clock.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that has been agreed.
It's in the public domain, is it? Yeah, Charlotte? Yeah, good. Okay. So we'll get that up first before you start then, Carrie.
Bear with me one moment, I'll just pull that up. Just to confirm, it was that one you wanted to show, right? Yeah, okay.
Okay then, Carrie, when you're ready.
I'm Carrie Herbert, applicant and resident of 49 New Square for 33 years, awarded an MBE for my work in education. I am a very active member of my community. Building this new house is the only way I can remain here, owing to my advancing health condition. Beautiful as it is, my existing historic house is not and can never be fully accessible. And I don't want to build just any house. This house will be special, an exemplar of good practice that will in time become a respected landmark in the community. The proposed property is accessible and sustainable at a standard that vastly exceeds the Council's targets for carbon reduction. It is designed by award-winning architects known for their residential work in a sensitive conservation area. Precedent exists for 2 new buildings of this height in my neighbour's garden, buildings which now contribute to the conservation area's character. If conditioned by the planners, the proposed roof could be made to match. However, the proposal has been contested by the Conservation Officer and deemed to cause substantial harm to the local area. Under planning law, substantial harm sets an exceptionally high threshold, met only when a heritage asset's significance is entirely lost. Case law and the NPPF confirm this level of harm is rare and should be exceptional. This application is not exceptional, as you can see on the screen. This is a minor private project, a single-storey accessible house barely visible in a gap between 2 large houses. It does not remove any element of the listed building's special interest. The listed house remains intact, elegant and distinctive within its historic townscape from all views. The current appeal of its setting, I would suggest, comes from the private garden I have created since the 1990s, not any historic landscaping. That my long-standing care for this property and my contribution to the local community should somehow count against me, or that I should simply move elsewhere, is upsetting. I recognise that nationally listed buildings need protection. In this case, what harm is being done? I strongly urge the committee to reconsider the significance of this proposal in the wider context of the city and conservation area, of which my home and the surrounding terraces are only a part, and instead judge this application for approval on its other merits. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carrie. Okay, now we come to you, Councillor Vick, Ward Councillor.
Thanks, Chair. As Ward Councillor for the area of this application, I don't have many comments to make about it, you'll be pleased to hear. A particular feature of this case, though, is that many of the protagonists on both sides are well known to each other, as they are to me, and possibly some to members of the committee. They are all excellent people who care deeply for their community and positively contribute to it in their different ways. But I want to make an appeal to the committee to set aside the merits of individual people they may know or have empathy with in the way they determine this application. It must surely be the merits or demerits of the actual plans submitted in relation to planning policy that need to be weighed up today. The impact of the committee's decision will last longer than any of the people involved today, including ourselves, and members need to decide on that basis, free of who occupies any particular property, the one that's being applied for, or the others living around it. All concerned have to understand this point on both sides of this difference of opinion, as well as members of the committee. I did initiate a call-in to this committee of this application due to the high level of local interest and the perceived significance for the character of the neighbourhood and the need for maximum transparency in resolving it. I will not be advocating for either outcome, and I have nothing to add to the officer's report.
Thank you, Councillor. I just thought, did we do clarification questions? Did we? So any questions of clarification? Just get them done first. Yes, Councillor Todd-Jones.
Yes, just to clarify, I think at the very top of the report, which I'm sure is just a mistake, we are talking about 1 to 17 Willow Walk that's impacted, not 1 to 71, which I think is just an error. But my main point was actually about, can I just check, there is a representation from Christ Lane Action Group, is that correct?
Charlotte?
Yes, there is a representation from Christ Lane Action Group.
Okay, I'm just slightly mystified, but okay, thank you.
Any more? So, Charlotte, what have we got here? One thing you might want to just clarify before we go on is one of the speakers where Carrie spoke about the reason for the application and so on. So do you want to just let the members know what sort of planning weight we should be giving to the nature of the application, who it's by, who it's for? I understand it to be 0, but perhaps you could just let us know.
Yes, so the personal circumstances of the applicant aren't given weight in the planning balance. I think in my report I've acknowledged kind of that the dwelling is accessible and meets our policy requirements in terms of that, and does offer us, is located in a sustainable location, but I think that's as far as it can go.
Thank you for that. Okay, debate then, members. Yeah. Difficult one. I must admit, when I look at the scheme, I feel... is it an unbalanced decision, by the way? When I say an unbalanced decision, members, sometimes when a case officer comes to a recommendation, it can be quite close. Sometimes it's not. Usually it's not. But is this a very close decision or not?
It's officers' view that it's quite clear-cut in terms of the heritage harm. So the NPPF is very clear that heritage harm, any harm, should be given, I think the wording is significant weight in the planning balance. So, and this should be weighed against public benefits. So this scheme, there is harm to Grade 2 listed building, the setting of the Grade 2 listed building, setting of the Grade 2 listed buildings to the rear of the site and the conservation area, and the public benefits are limited, I would say, so not in my view. But the weight given to those aspects is for the decision maker. So if committee felt differently, they could make a different judgment on that.
Thank you. So as I was just saying, I find it quite an unbalanced decision, in my opinion, from what I can see, and I know the site very well. I live in the area, I walk past it almost daily. So I can't quite see it the way the conservation officer has seen it, but I'm not a conservation officer, and it's not that that person has said it's less than substantial harm, it's substantial harm, which is the next level up, which is quite serious. We haven't got the conservation officer here, I don't suppose, at the moment, no, have we? So I don't know if you want to just talk about the difference between less than substantial and substantial harm, so that we're just clear on that. Yeah,
so the harm in the NPPF in terms of impact to heritage assets is sort of a scale of harm. So first would be no harm, then less than substantial, and then total loss, I suppose. So the fact that the conservation officer has determined there's substantial harm is quite significant. You don't see that very often. The applicant is right that that is not a very common thing to see. So yeah, I mean, all harm needs to be justified and weighed against public benefits, but substantial harm is quite a significant level of harm.
For that clarification. So, members, any more debates? Are you finding it difficult, are you? It's quite a tricky one to consider, I think.
Is there any clarification on the boundary between the existing house and the proposed dwelling? So how would that interface work? Would it be a new title? Would it be separated by formal boundary, or would it be effectively an extension of the existing dwelling? Have we got that detail?
Back to you, yeah, Charlotte.
Yeah, so the proposal is for an entirely new and separate dwelling, and what the plans show a separation in terms of the wall of the dwelling house and the boundary. So my assumption is that they would be entirely separate, but I don't know kind of the detail further than that.
Yes, Councillor Todd Jones.
Just to say, like you, Chair, I find this very difficult. I think looking at the actual elevation, the proposal, the visualisations, the impact seems quite minimal to me. But I take the planning officer's point that the conservation officer's view of substantial harm is rather relevant, to say the least. And it would be good if we had actually a bit more explanation from the conservation officer themselves about this point. But yes, I find it quite a difficult decision.
Thank you. I think Councillor Howard, you were next.
I mean, linked to my previous question, what impact would that then have on, in terms of habitation possibilities? Like, would it, how many people could then live in the combined dwellings if it's a single title, for example? There's no a supplementary application for it to inhabit lots of other people as well.
So you're asking how many people are going to live in the two houses, is that right?
What would be the legal status of the title after the building of the new property? Would it be?
That might be a civil matter, I'm not sure, but Charlotte?
Yes, I think what you're asking probably does fall out of the sort of planning remit. I don't think we can comment on sort of title matters. That would probably be a civil matter.
So I suppose the comparison with like another proposal that might have come forward would be for like a house of multiple occupation, but that's not dealt with in this. It's purely for the construction of a new building. It doesn't talk about status of as a separate dwelling. Like it doesn't introduce a new address. Would it be a new address, basically, is the question.
Again, so the proposal is for an entirely new dwelling. I don't know how that will be dealt with at the sort of title deed stage, so I can't really comment on that. The proposal is for a residential dwelling. There are some permitted development rights available to utilise C3 sort of residential uses in houses of multiple occupation, but that's not what's been indicated before us. But again, if members were concerned about occupation, we could potentially condition to remove those permitted development rights if you were minded to approve.
Okay, Councillor Howard? Yep. Councillor Illingworth.
Yeah, just a minor point, please, Mr. Chairman. Because it is mentioned that the proposed new house is very close to the existing conservatory of number 49. I just wonder, is the conservatory part of the listing of number 49, or is it a modern, a relatively modern addition?
That's a good question. I was thinking that. So, Charlotte?
The conservatory is a modern addition. I think it was added in the 90s, so well after the listing period.
So it isn't part of the listing of the actual house itself, then, is it?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I was thinking that about the extension there, the conservatory and how close it is to the listed building. So it's a shame we haven't got the conservation officer here, unfortunately, to interrogate further on all of that. Anyone else? I mean, the option is open to you, councillors, if you want to defer it because you want the conservation officer here. But we don't really want to defer things if we can make a decision. But then again, it's your prerogative to decide what you want to do. Yes, Councillor Todd Jones.
Oh, I think it would be helpful to hear the conservation officer's views directly. Clearly, it is a bit unusual, as the case officer said, to have this level of substantial harm sort of attached to the proposal. And I will be interested in knowing just what the rationale is behind that. So that's my personal view, but other members may not agree. But
Councillor Illingworth?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Todd Jones. I'd be happy to second or propose a deferral.
Okay, so, I mean, I know I've just put it on the table, but I mean, I think the case officer is the person that gives the recommendation. We've got Charlotte here. The conservation officer is a consultee, potentially important in this particular instance. But I suppose it's fair enough that if we want to ask detailed technical questions on conservation, that we should be allowed to interrogate the conservation officer, not the case officer. That makes sense. What do you think, Charlotte?
I wonder if it might be helpful to hear some summary points from the conservation officer so you can understand their decision a little bit better. Would that be helpful?
Well, we can certainly try that. Should we try that, members? We're not out of time yet, so we could... I'm keen to make a decision if we possibly can. Yeah? Okay, do that then, Charlotte.
Okay, so I'll just summarise some of their key comments here. So the existing house is unusual both for its height and orientation and the spacious garden area around it in a context of terrace houses hard on the pavement or with small front gardens. The garden forms an essential and unique part of the setting and makes a significant positive contribution to the kite conservation area. The proposal would create built form, which is out of character, that extends across the frontage and would be clearly visible with the brick walls and zinc roof. The applicant suggests that there was a car parking space in the 1990s. However, since this has been developed into a landscape garden, and it does therefore not justify the proposal. The dwelling sits hard against the existing conservatory, which compromises the future desirability of the dwelling. The garden is reduced in size, and this compromises the future. I think that's kind of covered the points that they raised.
Does that help anyone at all? Or are we still in? No, I don't think it does it? Okay, so the proposal is to defer the item for further information about the conservation matter, which is pertinent, the only major factor really in terms of this decision. And I would like to do that because I'm very uncertain about refusing this item at the moment in my mind. So all those in favour of deferral?
For support deferral.
Against?
None against.
The seconder was Councillor Illingworth. Yeah, we did. So Councillor Todd Jones proposed, Councillor Illingworth seconded. 4 in favour, 1 against, I think, or was it abstention?
4 in favour, none against, 1 abstention, Chair.
Yeah, okay, thanks. So apologies to the applicant and thank you very much to the Ward Councillor for coming along. But I think to get the best, most robust decision, we need the Conservation Officer to be able to answer detailed questions on conservation. So we're going to do that. We'll bring it back to a future meeting of this committee. So let's carry on.
Defer the next one then, because that's the...
Oh yeah, defer the next one, obviously, because that's related. Item 11. Oh, so do we need to... Yeah. So can I have a proposer, please, and a seconder for deferring item 11, which is the listed building consent on this one. So same 2, yeah. Yeah, okay, so that's Councillor Todd Jones, Councillor Illingworth seconded. In favour of deferral on item 11?
That's 4 support and...
Councillor Howard, are you abstaining?
You haven't gone against yet. You haven't gone against yet, Chair. You've only asked for support. So you need to ask who's against deferral.
Oh yeah, who's against deferral?
And abstention, yeah. Abstention was Councillor Howard.
Okay, yep. Right, that's that then. So item 12, appeals report. Do you want to introduce that, Toby?
Thanks, Chair. This is just to note, really, there is one appeal in relation to Stansgate Avenue, which was allowed with costs. Officers are reviewing that appeal to learn some of the outcomes in relation to that was an application for an extension to dwelling to provide 2 units. There's nothing else of note on that report, Chair.
Any questions on the report, members? No. Okay. And the compliance report, we've got Chris online, have we? Or not?
I don't think we do,
No,
Chair.
okay. Do you want to say anything on that then,
There's
Toby?
nothing really to say on this. It's just to note the statistics that around enforcement notices served over the last 5 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Toby. So that compliance report is just a note. Any questions at all, members? No? Okay. All right. That's the end, I believe, of the agenda then. So thanks very much, members, for a longish day. Appreciate all the work, and thank you to speakers and ward councillors still here. Thank you. Safe journey home, everyone. That's the end of the meeting.